Welcome, everyone, to the School of Arts and Sciences 8th Annual Penn Grad Talks. I have to say that the knowledge that's been shared in these talks over the last 7 years is both fascinating, extraordinary, and always leaves me leaving the event with sheer amazement at our graduate students. So I'm very excited to see what's coming ahead of us today. To our audience here in the room and online, thank you for joining us to support our wonderful grad students in SAS and to learn more about their fabulous research. My name is Beth Wenger. I'm the Associate Dean for Graduate Studies here in the School of Arts and Sciences. I'm also the Maurice and Josephine Berg Professor of History. So, if you didn't know, Penn Arts and Sciences grad students are absolutely exceptional. They are a diverse group of researchers who are working to understand and interpret our world, to create and transmit new knowledge, and to make meaningful change for the better. It gives me great pleasure to be here today and to get just a taste of their groundbreaking, creative, and original work. Today we'll be hearing over the course of the afternoon from 20 of our impressive graduate students. Their topics include everything from colonialism to environmental resilience to AI and art, and much more, and I can't wait to hear what they have to say. I want to extend a personal thank you to all of our presenters who are here today. They are helping us show the vital part that our graduate students play in the intellectual life of the school and the way that we create new knowledge. In 8 years, this event has gone through lots of iterations, including going virtual during the pandemic. This, by the way, much better. But one thing that's remained constant is the quality of the talks of the students, of their research. They've been viewed, actually, by thousands of people online. They've been shared on social media. So the talks have a life of their own even beyond this day. And by the way, for those of you who want to share posts about the programs today on your own social media, please use the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SASGov. For the audience here, if you haven't already done so, we hope you'll help yourself to all the food in the back of the room throughout the day. For those of you at home, sorry, you have to get your own snacks. And finally, Penn Grad Talks is the result of tremendous collaboration and work between lots of folks, between the graduate division of the School of Arts and Sciences, the College of Liberal and Professional Studies, the school's advancement office, and the graduate student representatives of SASGov and LPSGov. The program prizes are funded by the Office of the Dean. So we have lots of people to thank for making this event happen today. And now I'm going to turn things over to my colleague, Nora Lewis, Vice Dean for Liberal and Professional Education, who will kick off our presentations today.
Thank you, Beth. Good afternoon, everyone. As Beth said, I'm Nora Lewis, Vice Dean for Professional and Liberal Education in Penn Arts and Sciences, and in my role, I oversee our College of Liberal and Professional Studies. It's a pleasure to be with you for the Professional Master's session of our 8th Annual Penn Grad Talks. The Professional Master's degrees in the School of Arts and Sciences reflect the range of our faculty's scholarship across the humanities, social sciences, and natural sciences. Together, they enroll approximately 1,000 students a year who come to Penn from our local community, across the US, and around the world. The programs offer full-time and part-time study options to students at many stages of their careers and are offered in a variety of formats on campus, online, and hybrid. Today's presentations will give you a taste of some of the diverse fields of study and amazing students that are represented in the SAS Professional Master's programs. Today, we will hear from 5 presenters. First, Denisha Mehta of Organizational Dynamics will give a talk called The Balloon Theory: Not All Kinds of Bubbles Are Restrictive. Antonia Offen of Environmental Studies will discuss Shoring Up Against Hurricanes: Water Utility Resilience in Puerto Rico. Andres Oliveros Gonzalez of Behavioral and Decision Sciences will present a talk titled 3 Stories Every Student Needs to Tell. Li Xianxie from Organizational Dynamics will discuss using AI-driven coach to enhance well-being among the global Chinese population. And Hang Zhao from Environmental Studies will speak about the role of carbon management in reaching United States climate neutrality goal. Since this event is a competition, we also have 3 judges with us here today who will be selecting one of these students as the winner. They are Paula Fomby, Professor of Sociology. You can raise your hand. Earth and Environmental Sciences doctoral candidate Sophie Silver, and Katie Unger-Bailey, Interim Director at the University of Pennsylvania Environmental Innovations Initiative. Thank you in advance to our judges. You have a tough job. They will make their selections based on content and presentation, and also on how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their field, people like me. You'll also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award by scanning the QR code on the screen. The speaker getting the most votes across all 4 categories today will win the $500 Audience Choice Prize. The winners in each category will be announced at the conclusion of the competition around 4:15 this afternoon. I also invite you all to come to the reception to follow in Mosaic Hall. Lastly, as Beth said, if you're posting on social media about today's lectures, please don't forget the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SaskGov. And now, please join me in welcoming our speakers and enjoy the talks.
Okay, so very good afternoon to everybody present here. I see some familiar faces. That makes me feel comfortable. So thank you so much for coming here and supporting me for it. So my topic for today is the balloon theory. Not all kinds of bubbles are restrictive. And please bear with me. I'm just going to walk through this. So this is my constant. I shared this collage with my family last week when I was missing them. And suddenly I was reminded that I'm here thousands of miles away from them for what? And not very later is when I was reminded of my ambition, my goals, my dreams, and why I was actually here thousands of miles away from home, from my family. As I said, my constant. But today, we are not here to talk about my constant, but the constant for the most of us in the real world. And not only this concept is a constant, but even the fear of this concept is a constant. If guesses are hard, I'm just going to make it easy, which is change. So we think about change, we talk about change, but when change is actually taking place, it's not that easy. The book, The Secret, came up in 2006, and that was the time when I was a teenager. And that was my escape from a real wonder world of typical teenager world and identity crisis. And from that, I moved to the next step of understanding human behavior and how I can gauge, understand who is doing what and why. And that was my entire world in that one bubble of why people behave the way they do, why people think the way they do. For me, that is all where it began. Now, when you think about the power of thought, you think about what a thought can do and how that can lead to a behavior. That behavior can lead to a different sort of a mindset altogether when coupled with visualization, when coupled with gratitude, when coupled with action, and that change of mindset can lead to a resilient and a more well-being based individual altogether. Now let's talk about positive psychology, because resilience is one concept that comes from positive psychology. And when I talk about the flow of positive psychology, it would be unfair to not mention some of the pioneers, William James, Martin Seligman, and Abraham Maslow, and more, the ones who could actually help us understand human behavior better. Now, there's no end to what your thoughts can do, what the power of psychology can do. And moving forward, now I'm going to talk about how it shifted from pathology to a humanistic perspective, to a scientific inquiry of research that came along, increasing the resilience, optimism, gratitude, and how those developments in the interventions that happened actually are more practical and more applicable in today's time. Let's also not forget the interdisciplinary interplay of positive psychology, how that could actually help you in different fields altogether. Now, I have worked in an organization for more than 3 to 4 years now, and what I thought and what I have realized about positive psychology is that it's everywhere. It's in every department, it's in every segment, it's in every section. And once you understand how you can motivate and channelize that into your team and into the behavior of your organization, you actually know that what positive psychology can do, a negative versus a positive approach, a pessimistic versus an optimistic approach. And all of this altogether has led to a global impact of where today nobody is unaware of what your brain, what your mind can do to you if you start thinking and moving towards a positive mindset instead of a negative mindset. Now coming to the building block of my theory, and just to give a little bit of an introduction and a background to this theory, I developed this while I was developing my coaching philosophy, and at that time I loved this analogy of a balloon being shaped, and in fact let me just present it to you. So what I want all of us to do here is take a second and think of a balloon flying up in the sky high, and then think about what all can burst that balloon for you. What all do you think can actually affect that balloon and burst the outer layer of the balloon? Now for me, I can think of overinflation, I can think of sharp objects, I can think of extreme temperatures that can burst that balloon. Now take this balloon and place it in your mind, place it in your thought, and replace all the gases and all the chemicals in the balloon with positive attributes like grit, compassion, curiosity, respect, optimism, and passion. We, on a daily basis, get up in the morning, we place this balloon in our head, and we move forward every single day, and we do not want this balloon to burst because it's taxing, let's be honest. It's time consuming to keep building this balloon over and over again to have a daily functioning which is optimal. Now think about this layer of resilience, and when you burst this layer of resilience, how do you think we can protect this layer of resilience? And let me remind you, this balloon is a representation of self-exploration, of transformation, of a journey in which we are trying to leave our old habits and trying to adapt to new habits, to new settings, and to change. Now, how to protect our resilience balloon for long? That is one question that I have been asking myself every single day when I get up, because I don't want it to be a taxing task for me. Now, this is one option. That is, let's run from change. I mean, what will happen if I run from change? What at max, right? I can just be more familiar with the environment. I am maintaining control. There is avoidance of discomfort. There is almost zero risk, which is not bad, I must say. Definitely not bad. But what if? What if I adapt this? What if I say that I want change? Let me stay here, let me be on top of it, and let me adapt change. And of course, you know, this what if question is something that comes to you, but then the process is so difficult, the process is so hard for some of us, considering the situations we are in at that time, that always the first option looks like the easier option and the more adaptable option. But if we adapt to change, it's flexibility, there's adaptability, there's emotional intelligence, there's the ability to be more healthy, not only physically but also mentally, and there's always opportunity for growth. And when I talk about this standing here at this podium at Penn, and when I talk about the opportunity of growth, I do understand that most of us here are here to grow, to build a different sort of a life, to give some sort of a leverage to our dreams, right? And when I look at this option, I think, okay, maybe I can think about it. It's not that hard, you know, but it is. Let me remind you, it is. And today, with all of us, I would want you to take one example of one moment that you think was hard, that you think that changing from A to B was difficult. And now I will take you through this curve of Kubler-Ross change curve, and now we're going to go through the 7 phases of how it is, right? So it starts from shock, rejection, setback, and then you come completely low to sad. This is one phase, which is why we avoid change at every point. Sad, experiment, decisions, and integration. Integration being a phase where we are on that top with that board on it and with change under us. So that is exactly the moment, which is why we should and we must think about change. Now, when we couple this with resilience, think about a self which is confident, a self which has a purpose, a self which has not only yours, but your support from your family and from your friends, which is adaptive. And when all of this is clubbed with commitment, capacitation, collaboration, and continuation, you will see a different person altogether. And that's me. And by the way, video calling is not that bad, and I was able to make that change, and I'm really happy about it. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure many of you will remember when Hurricane Maria made landfall on the island of Puerto Rico on September 20th, 2017. It left thousands of people in the dark. And when you lose access to the power grid in an island like Puerto Rico, you really lose access to many other things, including critical utilities like drinking water. As you can see on this graph here, 10 days after Hurricane Maria, over half of the population of Puerto Rico didn't have access to drinking water within their homes. And on November 14th, nearly 2 months after the hurricane, still thousands didn't have access to water. Without other options, Puerto Rican citizens had to resort to bottled water from emergency organizations when they could get it, and stream water when they couldn't, for everything from drinking and cooking to bathing. And I don't need to tell you that if you're using untreated drinking water for your cooking, there are going to be unfortunate health consequences. The situation that led up to Puerto Rico's vulnerability regarding water after Hurricane Maria is no longer a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, with climate change impacting the way that hurricanes are going to be traversing the Caribbean and other locations. There are 2 primary ways that hurricanes are going to be intensified with climate change. First, warmer air can result in greater energy, which can lead to higher wind speeds and more physical damage. And then higher moisture content can hold, higher temperatures can hold greater moisture content, which could translate to increased rainfall and greater flooding. In order to prevent the situation that happened with Maria happening every single time Puerto Rico and other areas experience hurricanes, we need to make our drinking water systems more resilient against these intensifying storms. And resiliency only means the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. So we want our drinking water systems to be able to give water to people relatively quickly after a storm has passed. And 2 months is not relatively quickly. So today we're going to talk about what can be enacted for these drinking water systems to be made more resilient against these intensifying storms. And in order to do that, we need to first talk about what went wrong. Why were these drinking water systems not delivering water for such a long time to so many people? So first, there were, of course, the power outages. You can't move water through a treatment plant without electricity. But there were other issues as well. So flooding and physical infrastructure damage prevented a lot of the machinery from functioning, and in some cases, the machinery had to be completely replaced before it was able to work again. And lastly, worker unavailability prevented a lot of the systems from being repaired quickly, and that is something we're going to talk about more later. There are several measures being enacted by FEMA, EPA, the government of Puerto Rico, and others to make these drinking water systems more resilient against these hurricanes. And most of these measures can be boiled down into one of 3 categories. So we have improved water storage. This is a shiny new water tank in Puerto Rico. Alternative energy sources like this generator that will be able to continue providing electricity to a water plant even after if the power grid goes down. And lastly, physical infrastructure improvements. So this machinery has been elevated several feet off the ground so that if there is a flood, it can continue to operate or at least be protected from flooding damages. And all of these aspects of resiliency are really critical to ensuring that we have operating drinking water systems relatively quickly after a storm like Maria. But something is missing from this story. It's not the whole picture. And that is people. You can't have resilient drinking water systems without having enough workers on the ground ready to repair the inevitable damages that are going to come about. And in the United States as a whole, we are on the verge of a water workforce crisis, with nearly 30% of our water operators ready to retire in the next decade, and not enough young people and new hires coming in to replace them. There are programs like this one from the EPA that are working to rebuild the water workforce through apprenticeship positions and skills training opportunities, and these programs exist in Puerto Rico as well. But we need more of them to really ensure that we have enough workers on the ground after a storm to repair systems, to monitor and maintain them over time. So that's one measure that should be included. Additionally, the lack of enough workers in Puerto Rico is exaggerated due to poor compensation compared to the mainland. So water operators in Puerto Rico, on average, earn almost half of what they can earn in the United States, as you can see compared here to our lovely Pennsylvania. And a lot of operators will look at this situation, look at their skill set and their families and say, you know what, let's move to the mainland. I think we can find better opportunities for everybody and I can be paid a better salary. So in order to really have resilient systems in Puerto Rico, we need to ensure that our water operators feel content with the compensation that they are being offered for their skills, for their labor. We really need to fill in that gap to ensure that our utility systems are resilient, are fortified against systems by having enough workers on the ground at any given time. So that's the second point. And lastly, of course, emergency trainings are really critical to ensuring that our systems are running properly, that people are able to fix any issues and be prepared during a storm. And these are just 3 primary points that should be covered during emergency trainings: predetermined shift schedules so that even if telephone towers go down, operators know where they're supposed to be at any given time after a storm; identifying locations to store food and bedding in case operators have to spend the night in a treatment plant; and of course assigning clear points of contact and responsibilities so everybody knows exactly what they're supposed to be doing and who they're supposed to be getting their orders from. So this is the third aspect of resiliency that we should be enacting regarding workers. And so here we have a fuller picture of resiliency measures. We want to ensure that we're not just thinking about physical infrastructure improvements when we're thinking about resiliency for drinking water, but we're also thinking about the workforce that is helping to repair those plants, that's making them keep running. So I want to close today by giving this quote from Tomás Rivera, who is a hotel owner in Puerto Rico. Even the birds have realized what is coming and they're preparing, and I say we should be doing the same. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Okay. So the day my daughter turned 5, she told me that she wanted churros. So while we were waiting in line, I received an email that University of Pennsylvania had already made a decision regarding my application. I honestly thought that was a mistake. I was expected to hear back from them until April, and this was January the 7th. So I quickly logged into the portal, and I read the following. Dear Andres, I'm pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to the Masters of Behavioral and Decision Sciences. So I read that email like 1,000 times, and suddenly I heard my daughter say, Dad, my churros. So I got back in line again, got her those churros, and everyone was happy that day. Now, I bet you can all remember where you were when you received that email. That was the beginning of my adventure at Penn, and that moment will help me introduce my topic. I want to talk to you about why every student should learn how to tell 3 types of stories. We like to think that great ideas and great talent will naturally rise to the surface, but sometimes that's not true. Sometimes great talent goes unnoticed for years, sometimes forever. Dr. Carrico and Dr. Wiseman received a Nobel Prize in 2023 for their work with mRNA and its connection with the COVID vaccines. But they struggled for decades to get others to pay attention to their work. We were screaming a lot, wrote Wiseman, and no one was paying attention. Things could have gone so differently for them and for the world if they hadn't been able to successfully convince others about the impact of their research. I spent the past 12 years of my career trying to understand this, trying to fix this, and trying to help great talent rise. Here's what I've learned. Our brain's most important objective is not necessarily to help us think, but to help us survive. And because of this, sometimes it's really hard for our brain to see ideas and people for what they really are. Our brain prefers information that reinforces our beliefs, information that is easy to remember, even that is fun. And we don't take this into advantage while communicating with others, especially in small conversations, which, by the way, could make or break our career. If we really want to rock these small conversations, we should learn how to tell stories. According to leading scientists, stories help increase engagement, they trigger physiological signs of arousal, they are much more memorable than stats, and they generate widespread alignment in your audience's brains. Now, for you to take advantage of these benefits, you cannot use like any storytelling tool. You cannot just like make stuff up, right? You need to use the correct storytelling tools. At Astrolab, a company I co-founded in 2012 to help professionals become better at telling stories, we focus mainly on small, oral, real, even personal stories that you could share in less than 90 seconds each. I want to talk to you about 3 types of stories that you could use in these small conversations to advance your career. So, the first one, origin stories. So picture this. You are at New Deck's Tavern, and you meet someone, and she asks you, hey, what do you do? So how do you answer? You could say the typical, I was born here, then I moved around, I'm starting there, blah, 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 but like boring, right? That's boring. You can instead share your origin story, which is that moment or those 2 moments that shape who you are professionally. A life event, maybe a personal encounter. In Breaking Through, Kathleen Carrico's autobiography, she explains the moment she started collaborating with Dr. Drew Wiseman. One day, she writes, I noticed a newcomer using my photocopier at Penn. He acknowledged my presence with a tiny solemn nod, and he continued his copying. He told me that he had just arrived at Penn. He was starting a new lab. He was looking to find vaccines to fight infectious diseases. Until that moment, writes Carico, I haven't thought about vaccines. But standing there, I began to see a whole new prospect for mRNA. That connection will trigger a set of events that would change everything, she writes. When someone is telling you their story, you get to experience their experience, writes David Brooks. Origin stories help you communicate your purpose, and this helps you build trust. My suggestion is keep them short, less than 2 minutes or perfect. The second type of stories are called inside stories, and are about a moment where you understood something or maybe solved a problem. Here's one that I love to tell. I had a friend that worked as an energy director for a retail company, and one day he called me into his office, and there he started telling me this. I'm really frustrated because this is the first time that I feel stuck at work. And this morning, I understood why. So he opened his computer, and he shared me the results of a survey in which all of his internal stakeholders had evaluated him. He had outstanding results in everything, except, you guessed it, his personal communication skills. Then he showed me this graphic in which he said, of the 100% of possible energy savings in this company, 25% depends on having the correct equipment. What do you think the other 75% of possible energy saving depends on? Yeah, human behavior. So if I'm bad at communicating and influencing others, then my job doesn't make any sense. That was the first time that I understood how important it was for experts to be good at influencing others. So if origin stories help you build your trust, inside stories help you build your credibility and your expertise. Suggestion. Include a time and a place in these stories, maybe a couple lines of dialogue, maybe even some detail, physical, sensory details. The third type of stories are called connection stories, and I honestly think they're the most important of the three. If you remember, I started this talk sharing a personal connection story when I spoke about my daughter and Penn. These stories help you build bridges for others to connect with you, if they want to. The problem is that they are really difficult to pull off because they have to be authentic and they have to be relevant for them. Now, if you do this correctly, if you share these stories correctly, you'll increase your liking. And according to the most quoted papers cited in this topic, trust operates through liking. You increase your liking, you also increase your trust. Here's a suggestion for these types of stories. Make sure they have a surprising, maybe funny, or even unexpected element at the end. Okay, so let's wrap it up. Connection stories help you build liking, origin stories help you build trust, inside stories help you build credibility and expertise. If you tick these 3 boxes in those small conversations, you'll have a greater chance to be remarkable, to be seen, to be memorable. So find these stories, play with them, practice them with different audiences. You will start to see how people start to shine when you share these stories. Here's my last advice. Engage these conversations not as transactions, but as opportunities to bring joy, to bring relevance, maybe, I don't know, maybe even purpose. Engage with people having in mind that people are, people. They want to see you who you really are. Show who you really are. The world is waiting. Just don't forget to tell stories. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Li Xian. Today, I want to talk about AI coach. I will start by introducing mental health challenges. Then I will explain what AI coaching is. And finally, I will present our recent study about the willingness to use AI coaching. Okay, before we go to the first part, I want to ask you 2 questions. How many of you have experienced stress in the final week? How How many of you want to achieve academic success? Okay, me too. As an international student, I had to pay 10 times attention to the class content. I had to input 10 times efforts into reading thousands of pages of books and write numerous papers. Especially during the final week, I had to write 6 papers. I was so stressed and anxious. Thanks God, I made it and survived. During a winter break, I would think about, am I the only student, am I the only international student experiencing anxiety and stress when studying abroad? The answer is not. Every year, 300,000 of Chinese students come to the United States to pursue their study, while 20% of them are experiencing various mental health issues, including stress, depression, anxiety, due to the language barriers, study load, lack of social support. When I look at the mental health data among the Chinese population, the situation is even more severe. So 300 million of Chinese are experiencing mental health issues. However, the mental health services are in shortage. We only have 6 psychological counselors per 100,000 people, while this number is doubled in the United States. So I started thinking that, how can I enhance the well-being of Chinese international students, including myself, and more broadly, enhance the well-being of global Chinese population? Well, the answer is coaching. Coaching is a human development process that facilitates individual learning, growth, performance, and well-being. Well, for example, if you feel anxious about your study and want to improve your academic performance, you can go to talk with a coach. The coach will guide you explore your thoughts and beliefs and generate actions and strategies to reduce your stress and enhance your academic performance. Well, as a human coach, my time is limited. The Chinese population, is huge. So how can I help more people? Well, the development of artificial intelligence makes sense happen. So artificial intelligence, or AI, refer to systems that present human-level intelligence abilities, such as reasoning, planning, and the capacity to learn from experience. So one of the most recent popular AI, as some of you may know, is GPT-4. So leveraging various ability of AI, we can develop human-centered coaching to enhance human growth and well-being. So to build our AI coach, we proposed a knowledge-based framework. Basically, we incorporate various coaching models and psychological theories as prompts into GPT-4 to develop a personal AI coach. We also provide the GPT-4 with 100 coaching samples in various scenarios such as anxiety, relationships, and motivation. Okay, this is a personal AI coach we built. Hey, Sherry, you can ask any question at any time, whether you want to reduce anxiety before a presentation, like I just did. You want to improve your academic performance, to develop better relationships, or just live a happier life. Okay, there are many advantages of AI coaching. Firstly, as you see, it's available 7 days, 24 hours. You don't have to make an appointment and wait for 1 week to talk with a coach. You can access the AI coach wherever you want. And secondly, it is cost-friendly. You don't have to pay $500 to the coach. Many AI coaches are free, and some AI coaches may charge a little bit, but they are much cheaper than human coaches. And third, it's highly personalized. It can provide customized coaching approach due to the ability of AI and the incorporation of various psychological methods and coaching models. And finally, it is highly scalable. It can provide numerous coaching sessions at the same time and enhance well-being in a large population. Well, there are so many advantages of AI coaching, but wait, are people really to use AI coach to improve their mental health and well-being? Well, to answer this question, we conduct a study at Penn. In our study, 77% of students have experience in using digital mental health, and 71% of students are willing to use AI coach to improve their mental health. And more interestingly, Chinese young generation is more willing to use AI coach to enhance their mental health compared with American. So this is because culturally we feel shy and ashamed of talking with a psychological counselor. We're afraid of that other people may judge us and consider us psycho when we go to see a counselor. So AI coach is an alternative when we want to talk a counselor. Okay, we ask the student, what kind of challenge do you want to use AI coach to address? They list several challenges such as academic stress, relationship issues, and mental health issues. They also listed some concerns about AI coaching, such as privacy, effectiveness, and understanding. Despite this, AI coaching is an alternative way to improve our mental health and can enhance mental health on a large scale because it's cost-friendly, because it's cost-friendly and scalability. And in particular, AI coach is significantly contribute to well-being of Chinese population because we have huge population and lack of psychological service. And culturally, we feel shame to talk with a psychological counselor and are more willing to use AI coach to improve our mental health. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Really excited to be here today. My topic is about carbon management and its role in reaching the United States carbon neutrality goal. My name is Hang Zhao. I'm a second-year student in the Master of Environmental Studies program. And recently, I'm involving in a project related to CO2 transportation in the US. Many thanks to Ellen and Peter from the Clean Energy Conversion Lab to make this happen. First, I would like to show you some key figures. This is the famous Keeling curve. It demonstrates the carbon dioxide concentration in our atmosphere, measuring since 1958 in Hawaii. This is the very first evidence to show that there's increasing level of CO2 in our atmosphere, caused by human activities. Look at these two graphs. The graph on the left shows that we are increasingly emit more CO2 year by year, to over 35 billion tons in 2022. And if you look at the map on the right-hand side, it shows the CO2 emissions per capita. You can see that many countries are in dark red color, which means they are emitting a lot more per capita. And for the US, this number is 14.9 tons per capita in 2022. So now we all know the implications and threats of climate change on human societies, such as the increasing frequency and intensity of the flood. The melting of sea ice will cause the sea level rise. The increasing frequency of the droughts and extreme heat events will cause more forest fire and loss of habitats. So a few years ago, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, known as IPCC, has urged us to limit the global warming level below 1.5 Celsius degrees above the pre-industrial level. After that, many countries in the world have signed the Paris Agreement and made commitment on their carbon neutrality goals, including the United States, the world's largest economy and the major emitter, to pledge its, to reach its carbon neutral, to reach a carbon neutral economy before 2050. So there are many sorry. There are many pathways to reach this carbon neutral goal. For example, developing the renewable energy and clean energy sources to replace the traditional fossil fuels. This includes the wind and solar energy, the hydropower and geothermal. And for the clean energy sources, we have the very debated nuclear power and also hydrogen. These are really great solutions to climate change. However, the problem is these really need time to scale up. As for now, our world is still heavily relying on the traditional fossil fuels, with only 15% of the total energy consumption in the United States was produced by renewable energy in 2022. That's why the carbon management could play a part. So when we say the term carbon management, it basically indicates two categories. One is the nature-based solutions. These include forest, soil, and ocean. And these are great natural carbon sinks and can store a lot of carbon. But today we are more focusing on the tech-based solutions. That include the carbon capture, utilization, and storage, known as CCUS. How many of you here today have heard this term? It's not too bad. And also we have a relatively new technology. It's called direct air capture, and also an application of CCS, the bioenergy with carbon removal and storage. Looking into this more deeper, this chart shows the process chain of the CCUS. So first, the carbon dioxide is being captured at the point source. This include, for example, the industrial facilities, the power stations, or directly from the air. Then those captured CO2 will be compressed from the gas into liquid for transportation. And there are several means of transportation. This include pipelines, the ships, trucks, or railways. And then this liquefied CO2 will be either permanently stored underground in some geological formations or being reused as some feedstock to create some products or services. So this is a more detail about the carbon, how the carbon is being stored. As I mentioned, the carbon dioxide will be injected underground, but we have to choose the right geological formations. And the suitable ones include basalt or saline formations, the shale basins, or the depleted oil and gas reservoirs. And after that, this liquefied gas will just stay underground, trapped in the pores or form rocks reacting with the surrounding minerals. And the carbon dioxide could also be utilized in some ways. For example, the enhanced oil recovery is to pumping the CO2 into the oil reservoirs so that more oil can come out. And also it could be used in some industries, for example, creating the cement building materials and also some chemicals productions. Though it's a very promising technology, there are still many challenges remained. The first one is the cost. So from capturing the CO2 at the point source, compressing it from gas to liquid, and then transport it, we need the infrastructure and also operations to the storage side, engineering, and also maintenance. That requires a lot of money. And in addition, the CCS has relatively low economic motivation for those companies to do it. Although CO2 can be used in some commercial ways, most of CO2 has to be stored underground, and it creates no financial benefits for them. And risks are of public concern. Well, some people may worry about the leaking, the accidents of CO2 transport, the pipeline ruptures, or whether it's safe to store it underground. However, we have to say that nothing is a completely risk-free process, and the carbon capture and storage is not any more dangerous than any other processes. And of course, there are some environmental injustice concerns. And I have to say that in our project currently, we are trying to minimize the costs, risks, and environmental injustice in the CO2 transportation routing. And we aim to optimize and find the most cost-effective way to transport CO2. Last but not least, there are still lack of regulatory framework in the US for CCS. Although governments are actively supporting the CCS, for example, by implementing some positive policies, such as the famous Inflation Reduction Act, which raised the carbon tax credits substantially, and it's a great improvement to the previous tax credit policy. The US Treasury estimated that the tax credit will be about $2.3 billion from 2020 to 2029. And of course, there are also some federal government funding for the CCS-related programs, projects, and also research. One of the reasons I'm saying that CCS is particularly promising in the US is that there are huge amounts of storage sites available in the United States. Look at this map. The green and red regions are all indicated the available sites for carbon storage. And this is massive. The United States Geological Survey says that the storage capacity of the carbon storage in the US is approximately 3,000 metric gigatons. That's equivalent to 500 times of the 2011 annual emission in the US. So the US could really be the leader of the carbon management in the world. So looking ahead, we must combine all the tools we have in the toolkit to reduce the carbon emission. We should keep up with the natural solutions, for example, to the wetland restoration, the forest management, and also the soil carbon storage. In the meantime, we should also develop our climate technologies, for example, the direct air capture and CCS. So the direct air capture is a relatively new one, but it's still very expensive. But the advantages of it is it can capture CO2 anywhere you want, so it's more flexible. So we are not powerless, and we have the agency to make the situation better. And we cannot achieve the carbon neutral goal without the carbon capture and storage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hung. That wraps up our professional masters category. Let's give our presenters one more round of applause. Please stay around for our humanities talks, which will begin shortly. I also wanted to mention for all of our graduate students who are here in person or with us virtually, that we have an upcoming event sponsored by the Arts and Sciences Graduate Division. It's a dinner discussion for graduate students with Professor Dan Hopkins of Political Science around free speech and universities. It's going to be on February 26th. There's a flyer out on the table with a QR code you can scan, or we have some copies here with us. If you're interested, come over and scan the QR code and join us for the dinner. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. For those of you who are just joining us now, my name is Beth Wenger. I'm Associate Dean for Graduate Studies here in the School of Arts and Sciences, where I'm also Maurice and Josephine Berg Professor of History. I want to welcome you all to the Humanities session of our 8th annual Penn Grad Talks. And to remind those of you here, please feel free, get up, get some snacks while you're listening to this fabulous presentation of research. And again, those of you joining us online, you're responsible for your own snacks. The humanities here at Penn. Humanities help us understand other human beings through their languages and their histories and their cultures. They reveal how people have tried to make sense of their worlds in different times and places. The humanities teach empathy. They teach us how to deal critically with subjective, complex, and often imperfect information. And today you'll be hearing from 5 of our graduate students who exemplify the practice of humanities in places around the globe. And my apologies in advance for what I mispronounce. So our 5 speakers today, Maithili Appawar, studying international studies at the Lauder Institute, is going to give a talk called Recovering Pioneers, the Overlooked Feminist Thought Leaders of India's Satyashodak Samaj. And unfortunately, Itai could not be with us today, but we're so thrilled to be joined by Amin Siddiq, who's speaking about Islamic legal practices under Calicot's non-Islamic rule. Amin is a student in South Asia Studies. We're also joined by Matthias Isiani of Africana Studies, who asks, what is a church built for? Gothic architecture as British imperialism in eastern Nigeria. Our next speaker will be Gwendolyn Robke of the philosophy graduate group, who's taking on wound writing through communicative rekinning and imagination, kinship as intrinsic to wellness, and the role of imagination in efforts of healing the hermeneutic illness wrought by colonial rupture. And finally, Rawad Webby of Near Eastern Languages and Civilizations will present All My Friends Are Dead, Time, Emotion, and Form in Early Islamic Poetry. Now, since this event is a competition, we also have 3 judges with us today who will be selecting one of these speakers as winner. They are, sitting in the back, Eva del Soldato, Associate Professor of French and Francophone, Italian, and Germanic Studies, Athri Chandran, a Master's of Liberal Arts student in the College of Liberal and Professional Studies, and Michelle Berger, Director of News and Publications for the school. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation, and also on how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in the room, which I dare say is pretty much almost all of us. You'll also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award by scanning the QR code here on the screen. Please note that you can only vote once per category. The speaker getting the most votes in all of the 4 categories today will win a $500 prize. And we'll be announcing the winners in each category at the end of the day at about 4:15 this afternoon, and that will be in the Mosaic Hall here. And remember, if you are posting to social media, which we hope you will, about the lectures today, please use the hashtags Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SaskGov. And now, please join me in welcoming our humanities speakers and enjoy all the talks.
Good afternoon.
My name is Maithili Appalwar, and today I'm very excited to present my research on feminist pioneers from 19th century India. Okay. Sorry, this is not working. Is there a different way for me to click? Thank you so much. Okay, let's restart that. My name is Maithili Appalwar, and today I'm very excited to present my research on pioneers from 19th century India. I want to start off by telling you a story from 3,000 years ago. This story is about Purush, a cosmic being, who sacrificed himself in a ritual for the gods. And in this sacrifice, from his mouth came the Brahmins or the priests, from his arms came the Kshatriyas or the warriors, from his thighs came the Vaishyas or the merchants, and from his feet came the Shudras or the laborers. The Dalits, who did manual and polluting work that was too lowly for the other castes, were kept outside of the divine order. Now, this story probably isn't true, but what it did do was it provided a very, very convenient justification for the dominant castes. The castes are divinely ordained, they said. There's nothing you or I can do to question or critique them. Now hang tight, because I'm about to make a 2,800-year jump and pull us into South Asia in the 19th century, where two major forces were limiting human rights. The first was that the Hindu dominant castes had created a stronghold by limiting access to land, labor, and water. So this is the Chavdar tank in rural Maharashtra, where cattle were allowed to drink from the tank, but Dalit and Shudra communities were not. Essentially, what I'm saying is that the dominant castes were the very first version of the mean girls. And they were very clearly saying, you cannot sit with us. The second limiting factor was the British colonialists. The British, in order to maintain their stronghold in the country, needed to appease the Indian elite. And who was the Indian elite? It was Hindu, it was dominant caste, and it was most likely male. And so the British started ossifying these caste and gender practices that already existed in the society. In this kind of context, in 1848, Jyotirao and Savitribai Phule started the Satyashodhak Samaj, or the Truth Seekers Society, whose mission was to combat dominant class male elitism by using collective action amongst women, Shudra, and Dalits. And they did this in three main ways. One, they wrote social theory that would criticize caste and gender barriers. Two, they started schools for marginalized communities. And three, they advocated on behalf of these communities to the British government. But when the history of the Samaj is written, women only feature in the second pillar, or the educational work. Women's achievements are tokenized through stamps like this and Google Doodles. But what I'm trying to say is that the important contributions that women made to the social theorizing work is mentioned about as often as pen is free from construction. So never. And this is not just true of popular culture, this is also true in academia. If you look at this paper from 2016 called Forging a New Dalit Womanhood, in the abstract itself, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and Jyotirao Phule, two male activists, are named twice, but not a single Dalit woman is named individually. The writer says Dalit women appropriated their leaders' discourse, making it sound as though the men were the thinkers and the women mere implementers. This is where I disagree. Using historical evidence, which is three women's writings from this period, I argue that women members of the Samaj were fully engaged intellectual actors. The first women pioneer that I bring today is Tarabai Shinde, who was an upper caste woman born to rich agriculturists in present-day Maharashtra. In her seminal work called Stri Purush Tulna, or the comparison between men and women, she makes two important theoretical contributions. One, she says that the dominant castes, in order to maintain the purity of their caste lines, want to prevent intermarriage between women from their castes and men from lower castes. And the way they do this is by restricting the movement of their women. And when I say movement, I literally mean movement. She's saying that I was kept locked up and confined, is literally in captivity as she writes this. The second theorization that she makes is she says that even within the dominant castes, there is this desire to appear Brahmin or to appear of uppermost status. And what that ends up meaning is that the other dominant castes have adopted the uber-conservative practices that were earlier only present in Brahmin communities. So she says that you can see an even stricter rules than the Brahmins in these families, and this is leading to a weakening in the position of women. The second pioneer that I bring up today is Savitribai Phule, who is a poet, and she used poetry to criticize caste and gender oppression. In her poem, Meaning of the Word Shudra, she says, the word Shudra in truth connoted a native. So remember the 3,000-year-old story I told you? She's basically turning it on its head. She's saying the castes were not divinely ordained. Rather, we, the Shudras, were the native people of this land, and we have two colonizers, the Brahmins, or the dominant castes, and the British. And this theory of Shudra indigeneity is later espoused by her husband Jyotirao Phule in a lot of his writings, and also referenced by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, one of the foremost scholars of 20th century Dalit and South Asian scholarship. It does bear mention, it's important to mention though, that Savitribai continues to work within the boundaries of Hindu scriptures. Like here where she says that the doors of Goddess Saraswati's court, Goddess Saraswati being the Hindu goddess of education, her doors are now open, which means that the dominant caste monopoly over education needs to end. But she's still referencing the scriptures. Now, before I go to the next one, I want you to think about what you were like at the age of 11 years old. Personally, I couldn't even tie my shoelaces properly. So when J.K. Rowling gave us this for an 11-year-old, I was like, which 11-year-old is this smart? But the next pioneer I present is exactly like that. Muktabai Salve was just 11 years old when she published this essay called The Grief of Dalits in a British periodical called the Dyanodaya, in which she made 3 very important contributions. First, she said that some Mahars are now trying to stay away even from the shadows of us Mangs. Mahars and Mangs are sub-communities within the larger Dalit community. So here what she's saying is that the Dalit community is unable to operate as a monolith to fight caste oppression. Instead, there is a sense of hierarchy even within us. This was later termed graded inequality and featured heavily in Ambedkar's writings. Second, she says when our women go into labor, even in that stage of pregnancy, we don't have a roof over our heads. So even in a practice that's as common as pregnancy for a lot of women, she's bringing out the difference between what it looks like for a dominant caste woman and what it looks like for a Dalit woman. And this reeks of intersectional feminism, a theory that came to the West as late as the 1920s and 30s. So in 1855, Muktabai is well ahead of her time. Finally, she says that if we want to annihilate caste, we have to get away from the scriptures. And so she moves away from Savitribai's theoretical idea of working within the constraint of Hindu scriptures. In conclusion, if you take 3 things away from my talk today, 1, the archive is incomplete. We didn't know anything about these women a few decades ago, and even now we know very little. So continue to question the narratives that are put in front of you. Second, women were much more than passive followers. They were writing reform ideology in colonial South Asia. And third, all of these women, based on their individual experiences, had an outlook that was different from each other. So let's avoid calling anything the women's perspective, because it truly does not exist. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pretty glad to be here. I'm a historian, and I tell meaningful stories using archival sources. I want to ask a question, what you have heard about the country Nigeria. Is it food, culture, religion, or politics? Whatever you have heard about the country Nigeria might possibly be true about the country. I grew up in a city, Onitsha, a British settlement area in Nigeria. At the age of 4, I started attending All Saints Cathedral Church, a Gothic architecture filled with only English services. There is no other form of native language. I was not exposed to the intricacies of what Africans did to the church. The Igbo language for that church simply dialects Oka Ndiocha, white man's church, because it's strictly for those who can understand English. There was a little narrative or nothing about what the Africans did in that church. So I was constrained with what Chimamanda called the danger of a single story, because I only heard about what the white man did. It's on this premise that I want to talk about what is a church built for. Gothic architecture at British imperialism in eastern Nigeria, 1857 to 1960. The word Gothic came from the German word Gothus during the German defeat of Roman 300 to 400 AD. That by 12th century, they began to erect all these Gothic churches in Europe. 1857 is significant to Nigeria because it's the Niger expedition. And by 1960, Nigeria had their independence. So as we think through the contents of the talk, is to display the interplay between Gothic architecture, the role of British, the Church of England, and African role in the church, which have been silent in historical scholarship. Just a little bit clarification on where Eastern Nigeria is. Africa is a continent with 54 countries, and Nigeria is in western part of Africa. Also, the eastern part of Nigeria during this sort of period is called Eastern Nigeria at the east coast of Nigeria. So, but one interesting thing about this African continent is that they are conscious about polytheism. They are conscious about their belief system, culture, and religious belief. Just a little big step back forward, that by 1804, with the end of transatlantic slave trade, Church of England began to champion what the historians call the 3 C's of commercialization, civilization, and Christianization of Africa. But in 1857, a group of religious groups, CMS, began to navigate through the interior parts of eastern Nigeria and settled through Onitsha City, where I grew up. They, led by Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther, and stopped at Onitsha because of River Niger. It was strategic in that place, so they were conscious about setting up their own religion. But one interesting thing that happened in that city was that this particular group of people had their belief system. They also practiced their religious belief, and they have a place of worship. But interestingly, the CMS also needed a place of worship. Assisted by the communities, they constructed their own church. The same, similar, like that of the African religious setting. As you can see, the Ajayi Crowther standing without no masses. People paid no attention on the church because the church was similar to that of the Eastern Nigeria religious places. So that by the end of 1860, only 24 converts was recorded in the whole of Eastern Nigeria. These 24 converts were not indigenous Eastern Nigeria. They were what we call the outcast system, slaves, because people paid less attention on their practices because of their structure. So people were also adamant to receive that Jesus is the Son of God. Jesus, Son of God, when he has no mother. So people were adamant to receive that type of gospel, because for someone to be Son of God, there should be a mother for him. So there was lackadaisical attitude about the word Jesus, Son of God. But interestingly, with the influence of Roman Catholic churches springing up in Europe, the Church of England thought it wise enough to also incorporate their own representation, not only in Eastern Nigeria, but cut across all British territories. That by 1870, the Church of England Ecclesiastical Society advocated for early English and Gothic decorates to represent English identity in all the British colonies as a structure that should talk about who we are in that particular society. And it's significant that this Gothic architecture must have a bell tower with a wall clock and 2 lighted things, showcasing the Church of England representative. A Gothic church is an aspect of bringing holistically the English identity in all British West Africa. But one interesting thing is that as they were building these churches, Africans were recruited. Africans were recruited as laborers and as people who laid the foundation and erected this church. And as you can see in the picture, many people, this is, the same church I was going strictly only for English services. Up to today, the church have not held any service in our native language. And people are marching to see the white angel we are seeing there to pray for Thanksgiving. And everything about that church is all about white. And people are all marching, including Matthias, all marching also to speak English in the church. But interestingly, these Africans that were laborers in these churches became the pioneers of the turning point of Nigerian churches, erecting not Gothic per se, but also instituting those tower structure, representing same Church of England identity in the church, that these people began to reorient the mindset of the structure of the Church of England. What is a church built for? That not only in Eastern Nigeria, but also in colonial Lagos and all parts of Africa, that what they represent is a holistic mean of English identity, that beyond evangelism, beyond humanitarian purposes, that Gothic architecture was a syndicate bringing people to church, because this is a sign. This particular design aesthetics we are not really seen within this particular period. People saw it as an attraction and moved into the church. That by 1960, there became lots of populace anglicizing the church. And as Brian 20 says, Gothic architecture played a significant role in forging the image of Anglican church during the late 19th century. Church buildings were considered central in representing the distant and uncompromising intentions of Anglican missionary projects in the process of Anglicizing the African landscape and its people. That beyond religion, beyond evangelism, beyond humanitarian purposes, Gothic architecture was a syndicate attracting African people into the church. And as I started my discussion, and I summarized by Chimamanda's also the danger of a single story, that when we realize the danger of a single story, when we reject that there is no place without the atom of a holistic story, we will build a kind of paradise. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amin Siddiq. I'm a second-year PhD student at the South Asia Studies Department. So if you look at the title of my talk, Islamic Legal Practices Under Calicute's Non-Islamic Rule, two aspects comes to your mind. What is Islamic legal practices and what is non-Islamic rule? So when I talk about Islamic legal practices, I'm talking about norms or institutions or writing practices that are centered around legal aspects. And this could be mosque, this could be literary legal writing practices, this could be jurisprudential text, and so forth. So before I go into the content of my talk, where is Calicut? So as you can see in the map, Calicut is in the southwestern part of the South Asian subcontinent, and it's one of the Indian Ocean littoral, and it's in the historical region of Malabar. So often I would use Malabar and Calicut interchangeably to mean the same. And you can also remember it is in 1498, here Vasco da Gama landed, very crucial aspect of our trade, of the talk. So my talk touches upon the Islamic Aid framework by Marshall Hodgson. Say when you look at South Asia or places outside the West Asia, where Islam or Muslims lived and and practiced their religion, you can see that they lived and had cultural influences that were not in an Islamic, quote-unquote, Islamic state. So whether it was under the Mughal rule in North India or the numerous medieval Muslim states in modern Indonesia, the state was not Islamic in nature or under a caliph or following a Sharia law. Hodgson characterizes such a social and cultural milieu as Islamic aid, whereby separating it from the context of an Islamic rule, Islamic framework. Scholars of South Asia has been the most adherent users of framework, as I mentioned earlier, in South Asia, Muslims were not the majority or were not, even when Muslims were ruling, they were not under an Islamic rule. Nandini Chatterjee's book, Negotiating Mughal Law, effectively uses the Islamic aid framework. The author portrays how institutions like qadis or Muslim judges functioned in a local setting that was not dictated based on Islamic jurisprudence or following Islamic legal traditions. I earlier mentioned where is Calicut, but why am I interested in Calicut other than the fact that I'm from there? Richard Eaton, the famous historian of South Asia, points out that the city was in the 15th century India's busiest port. It was even larger than Lisbon. Foreigners gathered here from all parts of the world, Gujarat, West Asia, Russia, Eastern Africa. Second, Calicut at no point in history had a Muslim rule, nor were the majority of the population Muslim. A fascinating legend on Calicut and Malabar that is important to the talk is the story of Chairman Perumal's conversion. So the short version of the story goes like, Chairman Perumal saw the prophet's miracle of moon splitting. He went to see the prophet, converted, and on the way back dies in Yemen. And before he dies, he said to his ministers to split his kingdom among the ministers, propagate Islam there, and even built a mosque. So this is one of the first mosques in South Asia. So the key question we are getting at is, how did Islamic legal institutions find legitimacy and function in Calicut under a non-Muslim state? In answering this, I'm looking at two junctures or two periods of Calicut's history. One is between 12th and 14th century, and which was the early years of Islam in Calicut, and the other is when the Portuguese are arriving. It's the late 15th and the early 16th century. From the work of Sebastian Prange and Mahmoud Kudia, and from a lot of the Arabic sources of the period, Qissatu Shakrawati Farmat, or Al-Biruni's travelogue, we know that the Yemeni Rasulid state patronaged the Muslim mosque in the region during the 12th and 13th century. Stipends were provided by the Yemeni state for Muslim missionary enterprises. The imam of the mosque and the preachers were all given such patronage. Muslim merchants of Malabar provided the Yemeni sultans with gifts. Friday sermons or the khutbah were given in the name of the Rasulid state. And while native Muslims called Mapilas existed, most of the Muslims in the region at that period of the time were Paradeshi Muslims or foreigners who were like Arab traders or from Eastern Africa. They settled near the coast and controlled most Muslim institutions of the time. Here one can see that the Muslim institutions functioned through Muslim financial support and were not interested in any state mechanisms or apparatus. Next we cut to 2 centuries into late 15th century and early 16th century, bustling with trade while a new mercantile enterprise has arrived, the Portuguese, who are going to be a crucial figure in shaping political and mercantile milieu of the region, at least for a century. From the many Arabic sources of the time and Portuguese records, we know that when Vasco da Gama arrived at Calicut, the Muslims of the region were very much prominent in economical and social terms. They occupied most of the trade in the port city and had close relation with the Zamorin, the ruler of the state, who was a non-Muslim state. Even though Muslims only occupied 10% of the population. How did this happen? We can see that the Zamorin provided patronage to the Muslim mosque. The role of a Qadi or the Muslim judge were legitimized by the Zamorin ruler. We can say Muslims who didn't go to the Friday prayer were punished. Islamic legal affairs were legitimized and given all support by the Zamorin state. And the Portuguese writer Barbosa, who accompanied Vasco da Gama in his journey, even cite, if the Portuguese has not arrived and disrupted the social functioning of Calicut, it would have become a Moorish or a Muslim state. A bit far-fetched, but you still can understand what the prominence of Muslims were at the time. What happened in 16th century indicates a refashioning of Muslims in Malabar as a natural subject of the non-Muslim state. Muslim writings of the period, Tuhfatul Mujahideen, Fatahul Mubin, all talked and legitimized the life of Muslim living or Islamic living under a non-Muslim state. Fatahul Muin, a Shafi'ite legal jurisprudence from the 16th centuries, Malabar critiqued the many texts of jurisprudence from West Asia that question the ability to lead Islamic life under non-Islamic rule. Muslim texts from Malabar, in turn, positioned the Zamorin as a righteous ruler, and it is legitimate to even wage jihad for the protection of the Zamorin state, or even against the Portuguese in support for the state. Texts like Muin responded to the many questions that limited Muslim living outside the Arab world, which was crucial as by now, because most of the Muslims, or by this time, were living outside what was called the West Asia or the Arab lands. These texts circulated to regions like Egypt and Indonesia, shaping Islamic legal institutions and intellectual practices of the region. So what are the takeaways? Calicut and Malabar provides a history of Islamic living possible under non-Islamic rule, thereby blurring the boundaries between Islamic and Islamic aid framework. 16th century Malabar disrupts the notion of a one-way Muslim intellectual circulation from Islamic central lands to the peripheries. Calicut provides examples of how Muslims in Malabar responded, produced, and circulated to a wider Muslim landscape. Calicut emphasizes the role of traditional Muslim intellectuals in shaping local traditions as well as Muslim life in these regions, one which Islamic aid frameworks of cosmopolitanism and cultural amalgamations overlooked. Thank you. Thanks for listening to me.
Hello, my name is Gwendolyn Ropke, and I'm going to be presenting a 40-page fever of a paper for you called Wound Writing Through Communicative Rekenning and Imagination. So what is it I'm doing here? I want to make sure that you have the path of discussion clear, because this is what you're ultimately going to take away, which will later be problematized towards the end of my talk. But in the first section, as mimicking the paper, we're going to talk about connections between wellness and kinship and how these are intimately connected. And then I'm going to bring in my own novel account of hermeneutic illness, translational or interpretive illness that brings about rupture and woundage. From there, in the second part of my presentation, we'll discuss the possibility of rekinning and what rekinning actually entails, and how to have a process of rekinning, we actually are going to need to engage in knowledges of imagination. So, without further ado. Okay, so connections between wellness and kinship. In this paper, I'm pulling from multiple indigenous authors, such as Brian Burkhart, Leanne Simpson, and I'm trying to take the concept of place thought and weave it into two separate accounts of holistic kinship and extended wellness. And the general idea here is that wellness is the kind of thing that is connected to kinship, because kinship brings us in relation. It helps us identify agents. So it's the practice of looking into the world, both human, non-human, land, and non-human agent, and saying, you are someone who is helping me co-create the world. And wellness is the success of that co-creation. So I know there's this temptation to collapse them, but really we need to think of kinship as the starting point, where I'm saying, I see you as an agent, I see you as someone who I can create with, and wellness then is the success of collaboration. It's how well you're actually communicating with these non-human agents and the land. Now you're seeing where I'm trying to tease something out here. This is all about communication. I can't say that I am in a relationship with you if I'm not able to talk with you or understand you. And this is really critical, because how we interpret and translate the world is how we come into kinship relationship with it. And this is also how we find our wellness, by the success of this interpretation and this communication, which is where the scary stuff comes in, hermeneutic illness. And I know hermeneutics, it's a big, bad, scary word, but really it is translation and interpretation. This is what I'm interested in teasing out. And the definition I provide in the paper is that hermeneutic illness is a malignant state induced by dominating powers which limits the capacity to interpret and communicate interpretations of the world. Why does this matter? What am I saying? What I'm saying is that hermeneutic illness is an intentional measure deployed by colonial systems to enforce their norms of being and knowing. It separates us from the potential of wellness, from the potential of kinship, because it tells us that we are unable to interpret our relationships with non-human animals and the land in a way that is extremely violent, that limits our agency as well as the agency of non-human beings. And I'm taking up Christy Dotson's mantle here with epistemic violence, but I'm saying it goes beyond a mere individual wounding or slighting. It is something that is transmissible through generations. It is something that is perpetuated through multiple systems and from those who are most intimately near us, which is why I take up this disease model. And also on the idea of disease, it maps to the body. When we are no longer able to communicate with land and non-human animal, what we're saying is that we are no longer able to understand them and we can use them as exploitative resources or a mere means, which has physiological and psychological implications. Now, what can we do about this? What can we do about our inability to translate or interpret the world and how it has limited our interaction with our non-human kin and non-human agents? And so I want to argue that we can recan. And we can do this through a process. I'm really big on processes. I think most things are. But an ongoing process of addressing trauma, of critical memory, and abandoning hopes of return. So what am I saying in this? How does this bring us into new interpretive frameworks? How does this combat our removal from relationship? Well, first and foremost, addressing trauma is locating rupture. Where have we now been unable to interpret and or translate? Why is it that I am so sure that the land can't speak to me? So when I'm thinking of people like those in the Incan community who believe that there are earth beings, why is this an absurdity? Why is this knowledge unable for me to translate into my episteme? From there, we go into critical memory. So it's not just that we're locating rupture and attempting to address it, but we have to remember the body and the body in relation with land. And so I'm thinking of Lucia Stavig, I'm thinking of Diane Million when I'm talking about rememoring, but I'm also thinking about Saidiya Hartman and the idea of rememory as allowing loss. So as we put ourselves back together, there will be a loss, which brings me to abandoning return. We are in a new world in some ways, and so when we fetishize and take ourselves to the past that is no longer existent, we actually limit how far we can get in processes of rekenning. So we have to refuse this romanticization and reclaim language, if not make new language, to bring us back into relationship and interpretive frameworks for the world that is. Now, this is a tall order, and I think when we're talking about the ability to make new language, we have to go to imagination. We have to go to knowledges of imagination, which is to say knowledges that are able to pry us from dominant ways of knowing and into alternate interpretive frameworks. And so I have multiple knowledges of interpretation in this paper, but the two I'm going to highlight for you today are narrative and dream, specifically shared dreaming. So how is narrative a knowledge of imagination? Well, it helps us sort our story. It helps take our reality as it is and fill in the gaps, which also goes to remembering, which also goes to addressing trauma. We make sense of the materiality around us through narrative, so as a means of story sorting. But dreaming takes it a step further. Dreaming projects us outside of our immediate conditions and says, yes, there is this material reality where I am trapped, where I am dispossessed, where I've been unable to interpret myself. But perhaps I can send my body into this alternate reality and make it so. And this is, of course, a tall order. This is by no means something that is easily achievable. But I want to share with you one of the poems that also breaks up this paper, which engages in this alternative framework of knowing, of interpreting. And it is that dreaming is the tender knife we use to cut the ropes of doubt. Stories draped across our shoulders, wielding a mountain's reciprocal vision, possibility grows. And in this presentation, I want us to just get to the possibility that there is another world that has been kept from us because we are unable to interpret it, unable to translate it, and this has made us ill. This has limited who we are as agents. And I want to end, of course, on limitations. I am a philosopher. There's always a limitation someone wants to talk about for us. But really, I want you to think about these rather than me answering them, which is who do we consider in position to recant? What are the limits? Notice I have not said whiteness. I have not said blackness. This is all of us. And importantly, how do we avoid the threat of thinking that imagination doesn't change our material conditions? Because truly, possibility does. Many thanks. I'm done.
First, thank you all for bearing with us to the very end. But what are endings then, other than new beginnings? My name is Rawad Wahbi, and this is the title of my talk, All My Friends Are Dead, which is really about time, emotion, and form in early Islamic poetry. How does it feel to enter a new era? So we might claim to know when an era has ended and a new one has begun when we assign it a date. But is that actually how humans experience the passage of time? We can say the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, or that 2022 marked the end of the pandemic, or that we are now living in the digital age. But our historical shifts actually felt this way. Are they really experienced unilaterally, simultaneously, and equally by everyone, as these dates suggest? Or is the feeling more subtle and personal, like this headline suggests, in the feelings that we experience, the intimate moments of change? So I think you'll agree with me that they are. This is why I turned to literature. So by studying Arabic poetry, I want to know how literature shapes the felt experience of epical change. That is the movement from one generation to the next. The existential transition of this experience. So for me, to answer this question, I turned to the most eventful rupture that changed Arabic poetry and the status of Arabic language forever: Islam. Islam as an event produced its own calendar, literally marking a new framework of time for Muslims everywhere. But it also did something else. It produced a new liminal generation, a generation of poets that I'm translating as liminalites, in Arabic, the Mukhadramun. So these poets witnessed and lived the rupture of Islam firsthand. And through their poetry, they articulated the experience of cataclysmic change and great emotional upheaval. But my argument today is that these world-shattering transformations were not limited to a poem's content, but more significantly, they shaped the foundational building blocks or the structure of what made a poem poetry in the turbulent beginnings of the early Islamic era. Let me introduce you to Amr ibn Madi Karib. He was a liminalite, a poet, a legendary warrior of mythic proportions. He was really a larger-than-life character. So imagine like Aragorn from Lord of the Rings, or Rustam from the Shahnameh, if you're familiar with that. And he was known for his bravery, honor, and strength on the battlefield. But after his conversion to Islam, he really had a difficult time reconciling his pre-Islamic past with the Islamic present. He had helped the Muslim army achieve victory, military victory. But when it came time to divide the spoils of war, he nearly came out of this experience empty-handed, because it had turned out that in the new Islamic order, the spoils of war were being divided based on how much a warrior had memorized from the Quran, rather than the feats and the accomplishments on the battlefield. Embarrassingly, Amr had only memorized a single verse of poetry, single verse of the Quran. So he really left quite feeling disenfranchised and angry. So these types of stories that we can engage with in the biographical literature really help contextualize or even humanize these poets. But today, I'm going to show you how the structural composition of his poetry, of Amr's poetry, becomes inverted to reflect his world being turned upside down. Amr really excelled in one poetic mode, a poem known as the war song, or the Hamasiyya in Arabic. The structure of this poetic mode is really defined by its motifs about honor. So the poem depicts bravery and courage, especially on the battlefield, but in other contexts as well. But it's not just about excessive violence or recklessness or this idea of just bloodthirst. Really, it was about the steadfast defense of one's honor, but by any means. It was quite literally the poetic principle of striking intensity, moving and committing deeds with urgency and to the right extent. So this is what a Hamasiyya looks like in Arabic. It's broken down into episodic segments, and you can see its layout and format. But what I want us to focus on is really the poem's most potent motif, the unsheathing of the warrior's sword. You know you are in the beginning of a Hamasiyya when the sword is unsheathed. It means that the fighting will not end until the sword returns, and the sword will only return after the battle is won. So this sword-sheath dialectic is an example when a motif in poetry and its position in a poem becomes so integral that it fuses with the poem's structure. However, in Amir's poem, that sword never returns to its sheath. Beauty is not the armor you wear, a mantle draping the shoulder. ليس الجمال بمئزر فأعلم إن رديت بردا. Beauty is metal you bear, the glory of a soldier. The poem begins with a meditation on the true essence of honor. The poem itself, however, is about how Amir rescues his tribe from a raid against the enemy. But in the second section, we see Amir preparing for battle. He says, "To face the slings of fate, I ready a shield and an agile horse. I sharpen twin edge, his sword, cleaver of helmets and armor in two." But by the end of the poem, there's really a distinct shift in mood. The poem moves from celebratory to elegiac. After the battle is over, Amir takes to burying the fallen. And thus the poem ends with the final verse. ذهب الذين أحبهم وبقيت مثل السيف فردا. All my friends are dead, and like a bare sword, I remain. Metaphorically, a sword to remain bare means that it has lost its second half, the sheath, the part of the sword that symbolizes restraint, a core principle of honor in the Hamasiyya. But when a sword remains unsheathed at the end of the poem, it marks the poem's structural inversion. So in a typical Hamasiyya, the sentiment in that final verse should have began the poem. The poet laments the dead, unsheathes his sword, seeks vengeance, and honor is restored, then creating the poetic space to reflect and meditate on honor. But here, the emotional valence is left open-ended, ambiguous and vague. It lacks closure. In a world that is turned upside down for the liminal poet, the poem fails to reach the structural resolution of a typical Hamasiyya. War songs typically have clear delineations between enemy and ally, victory and defeat, beginning and end. But when the organizational logic of the poem is disrupted, those boundaries begin to collapse. Enemies he had slain in pre-Islamic feuds could now be considered as friends in an emergent Islamic present. So what does the end of an era feel like? In graver circumstances, like we've seen with Amir, it is waking up to the realization that you are the last of a generation, that all your friends are dead, those who were and those who could have been but can't, maybe because you killed them. For Amir, entering a new era could mean trying to reconcile that contradiction in his poetry. For the poem, however, it means contending with a new reality, one that pushes poetic modalities to their limits. Thank you.
Thank you, Rawad, and please join me in applauding all of our wonderful speakers. I feel smarter already. That wraps up our humanities panel. Before we move on, I just want to remind you, some of you know that we had a panel last week about free speech in the School of Arts and Sciences, and all graduate students are invited to a free dinner, conversation with Professor Dan Hopkins in political science, on Monday night at 6 o'clock. We have a QR code out front, and with Kelly, raise your hand. If you want to sign up, please do. And give us a few minutes, and then we'll begin our natural sciences panel. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. For those who are just joining our wonderful 8th annual Penn Grad Talks, my name is Beth Wenger. I'm Associate Dean for Graduate Studies here in the School of Arts and Sciences, where I'm also Maurice and Josephine Berg Professor of History. And welcome to the Natural Sciences session of our Penn Grad Talks, where we have 5 fabulous graduate students who are sharing their cutting-edge work with you this afternoon. At Penn, our natural scientists seek new information and understanding of living organisms, of natural objects, of time and space itself. They are opening new worlds of understanding through experiment, observation, and deduction. They're telling us everything about the world around us, from what grows in the ground to what soars above us in space. They are the ones who will help us diagnose and cure diseases, create clean energy, and pioneer our understanding of the world around us. And today, as I said, you'll be hearing from 5 of our wonderful students. I'm going to introduce all of them, and they'll come up in succession. Rana Deb Ball from the chemistry department will deliver a talk called Take on Water Crisis and Nanofiltration from Molecular Perspectives. Stephen Gassner of Physics and Astronomy will tell us about doing physics with doodles. Daniel Gomez, also of Physics and Astronomy, will ask, Planet X, can gravity solve a mystery of the deep solar system? And finally, Sabrina Maurer of Chemistry will give us a talk titled Harnessing Nature's Machinery, How We Can Use Microbes to Make Therapeutics. Actually, I can't count to 5, so you know I'm not a natural scientist. Our 5th speaker, Jessica Wojcik of Biology, will discuss pain in the brain. And since this event is in fact a competition, we also have 3 judges with us today who'll be selecting one of these speakers as a winner. They are, sitting in the back, Gregory Ridgway, Rebecca Bushnell, Professor and Chair of Criminology, Jennifer Reese, a doctoral candidate in the History Department, and Susan Allhorn, a writer for the school. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation and on how well each presenter does at making work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their field, meaning, people like me. You'll also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award winner by scanning the QR code that you see on the screen behind me. Please note that you can only vote once per category. The speaker getting the most votes across all the categories today will win a $500 prize. The winners in each category will be announced later this afternoon at about 4:15, and I invite you all to come back at that time to the Mosaic Hall here to celebrate our winners. And lastly, if you're posting on social media about today's talks, please don't forget to use the hashtags you see here, Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SaskGov. And now, please join me in welcoming our natural science speakers today.
get the pointer? No, thanks. Very important part. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry to split the room, but water crisis is a real challenge to human existence. So we should be naturally worrying about this problem. This is a movie from New York Times reporting on the declining water level in the United States in the last 80 years or so. And on the top, you have a timestamp that's actually increasing, and the red and orange dots on this map that represents the declining water level, especially the groundwater level, which is really alarming that how the Midwest regions are actually, like the water is actually dropping in those regions. But if you look at the entire world, the problem is even more worse. As we speak, there are 90 countries based off Middle East, Africa, and Asia are seriously endangered or plagued by this problem because of the climate change and all the other issues. And in fact, there are 90 countries who are either insecure or critically insecure by this problem. Now, we still have 70% of the water, right? So we should be able to convert that into drinkable form of water. But there is a problem, and that is 97% of the total water resources on Earth are in the form of salt water coming from the oceans. And it is very hard to drink that. So you need to convert that water into drinkable form of water. And that's part of the challenge. But luckily, there have been a booming of filtration technologies. Countries are taking large-scale water desalination projects seriously. Terms like RO purifying water is becoming a daily household term, where RO stands from the reverse osmosis. And so people are really investing a lot of effort into this business. And as we speak, there are also other technologies such as nanofiltration, which also relies on the similar principle of size exclusion, where your filter has certain pore which have some critical dimensions or cutoff radius, and the particles which are bigger in size will be rejected, and the particles which are smaller in size than the pore dimensions will actually be able to pass through the membrane, and that's how you can get a clear water resource. Now, I'd like to dig deeper and try to understand this problem at a molecular scale. And for that, I'd like to start with a grain of salt. We all have done that at our house, is to take a tablespoon of salt and mix it in water. And you have seen how fast this process is. And that's mostly because the salt, which is basically a composite of salts, composite of positive and negatively charged ions, and the moment you add water in it, it dissolves everything. And in this process, there is a water layer around the ions that really stabilizes them. And this process is so energetically downhill that, in fact, doing the reverse is very, very hard. That is to separate the salts from the water. Now, fortunately, the membrane can do that job, where the approaching ions and solvated waters can come in, and the water molecules can pass through the membranes, while the ions can be either rejected by the membranes or can be trapped in the membrane. But this is just a schematic. The actual process might be much more complicated, and in fact, we need to look at real time. So that's why I'd like to start with a video, and this is an actual simulation of an ion that is moving through the membrane pores. And you can see that the transparent part in this are basically the water channels through which the ion, which is a big dot at the center, is moving. And then the opaque parts of the membrane. You can see how complicated the dance is, right? Yet it is really exotic. The ions is moving through it along with the water molecules. And in this dance, there are three major players, which are the membranes, the waters, and the ions, which are constantly switching partners in this process. So the question that we have to ask is, how fast do these ions move through the membrane along with the water molecules? So once we have this information, then what? How does that actually reflect on the large-scale applications, which is to separate salt from the water? So the point I'm trying to make is that we have the fundamental knowledge, what's happening at the microscopic picture that we are trying to understand. And then on the other hand, we have the macroscopic picture, which is to separate the salt out of water. And trying to bridge the gap between these two ends is one of the purposes of this project, which is to go beyond trial and error approach in order to make a better filter for the next generation devices. Now, coming back to the question of how to track the motion of an ion. Well, for that, I'd like to start with an analogy where I am the ion, for instance, and you guys are the observer, and you want to track me down as a function of time. Now, I would like to go to a roller coaster, and I'll start a journey. Okay, I start the journey. It's a bumpy ride, and suddenly you are interested how I'm doing through this ride. And for that, you ask me to wear an Apple Watch, through which you can extract all the data that you need to understand my behavior or my motion or my journey, my experience through these motions. That will do it, right? Now, how to do that for the ions? Or in other words, what is that Apple Watch for the ions? So for that part, we need to rely on the lasers, which are very tiny in time, so tiny and precise that they can work like a clock to track these ionic motions, which are also tiny in time. And with this method, you can answer questions like how fast does it take for the ions to come off from the surface of the membrane to actually go into the water channel. And if you measure this process, it turns out to be 0.5 billionth of a second. So that's how short it is. That's how tiny motions that they are going through that we are actually tracking down here. And finally, how do you do with this kind of information, right? So for that, I'd like to go to the question that I started with, what can make you a better filter? An ideal filter would always slow down the ions as compared to the water molecules while they are having their ride through the membrane channels. So I start on the left with the ion that is solvated by the water molecules, and that has to go through the membrane. And if the ion, which is A here, interacts more frequently or more strongly with the membrane wall as compared to the water molecules, then you have a chance to separate the water molecules as compared to the ions by slowing them down. And that's sort of the purpose or a big picture here is how to make them slower as a function of time. Finally, I'd like to borrow this phrase from Coleridge and really stress upon the fact that this is 21st century and we need to convert every drop of water that is out there into drinkable form of water. And it seems like from the projection of the water technologies or the market size of the water technologies for the next decade that we are heading into the right directions. With the ray of hope, I'd like to conclude my presentation here. You have been a great audience. Thank you.
Physics and math sometimes have the reputation of being dull and hard to understand. For many of us, our fondest memories of these classes involve doodling in the margins of our notebook, not paying attention to the tedious calculation that the teacher's doing on the board. But what if I told you that some of the most sophisticated calculations in theoretical physics actually start from little drawings, and that these drawings are becoming useful to understand the materials that define the kinds of devices, like our most advanced technological devices that have been developed in the last century. See, I work in a field called quantum condensed matter, which I admit is not one of the catchiest titles out there. But at a practical level, this is the physics behind basically every device that has been developed in the last century. Here are just a few. Just think about the phone in your pocket and how it is an absolute marvel of science and technology. If you doodled your way through high school physics, you might think it's beyond you to try to understand how these work. But all it boils down to is two things, light and electrons. By light, I literally mean what comes out of flashlights and lasers. And by electrons, I mean the particles whose motion we call electricity. And that's it. This is literally everything I study. But it's amazing how many questions you can answer just in terms of these two objects. Here's a basic example. Have you ever wondered why light passes through some materials but seems to bounce off and reflect off of others? Something like glass versus something like a metal? Well, I'll give you a quick picture of how that works. All materials are made of trillions of atoms. What light can do is it can free an electron from a material, leaving behind an empty space that we call a hole. The electron is now free to move around, but actually, so is the hole. What do I mean by that? How does a hole move? Well, if a nearby electron jumps into this hole, it leaves behind a new hole. And if that keeps happening over and over again, essentially you just have a hole moving left to right because electrons are moving from right to left. So physicists treat it that way. We treat the hole as if it's the opposite of the electron, and it moves around as if it's its own entity. And then finally, when the electron and hole meet up again, the electron jumps back into the hole and gives back the light that freed it in the first place. Now, we could summarize this whole story in a little doodle. Light comes in, creates an electron and a hole, and an electron and a hole can come back together again to make light. This is how materials reflect light. And the best part is, this is more than just a doodle. It's math in disguise. Every part of this diagram has a specific mathematical meaning that a physicist can use to actually calculate the reflectivity of a material. And so the questions like, what is the reflectivity of a material, boil down to a little game where you try to figure out all the different ways that two wiggly lines can attach to one loop. I play this same exact game in my research for more complicated interactions between light and materials. I start by writing down all the diagrams that satisfy a certain set of conditions, and the math just comes out from there. It not only makes calculations easier, but it also makes extremely clear what is happening with the light and the electrons underneath all the math. To give another example of how I use this in my research, what I'm playing with on the left here is called a superconductor. You know you have a superconductor if you take an ordinary magnet and it appears to, it appears to levitate. Whatever. It appears to levitate above the material. It's really one of the coolest things. And unfortunately, I mean that literally, because every material we know that can do this, we have to get down to very, very cold temperatures. Over here, I had to use liquid nitrogen. So how does a superconductor work? Well, correlation is key. Don't you hate when you're stuck in traffic in a line of unicyclists? And it's so annoying, right? Because even when the first person gets moving, you have to wait for the next person to react, and then the next person to react, and it's just this really slow and frustrating process. So I mean, the last time my friends and I were in this situation, I suggested, well, why don't we just share tandem bicycles instead? And that helped a little bit, made things about twice as fast, but we still had this problem where each bike had to wait for the bike in front of them to move, and it's still just this inefficient process. What really did the trick is when we all chained our tandem bicycles together. And that way, when the first person can move, we all move together as one giant super bike. Electrons face this problem every single day. At high temperatures in a metal, electrons are uncorrelated, all doing their own thing, all getting in each other's way. But in some metals, when you cool them down, the electrons partner up into pairs. And what pairs of electrons can do that individual electrons cannot is condense into one giant superfluid that can flow without resistance. Did you know that about 10% of our electrical energy is wasted in power lines just getting it from place to place? It's because our electrons are getting stuck in traffic. Imagine if we can get a superconductor to work at room temperature and the environmental impacts that might have. So a lot of my research goes into not only understanding superconductors, but understanding how we can make new kinds of superconductivity. And again, we can understand this in terms of a doodle. Since it's all about electron pairs, we could write down a doodle that represents an electron pair forming and breaking. And we can immediately write down two diagrams that represent how light can interact with a superconductor. A recent result that I'm very excited about is that we could potentially engineer new types of superconductivity using light. Light can assist in the breaking and forming of electron pairs, and can even form types of electron pairs that we've not yet found in nature, corresponding to new types of superconductivity with new kinds of applications. And again, they're more than just doodles, they are math in disguise. This is a quantitative formula that could help you determine, for a particular material, how well can the superconductivity switch between two different kinds. So that was a whirlwind, but if I want to leave you with one message, it's that I want to show you not only all the really cool physics that are going on in materials, but also that it's all a lot more approachable than you might have realized. It's a shame that physicists' chalkboards tend to do more to intimidate than to inspire. But the reason these doodles mean so much to me is that they're a constant reminder that there is always a simple picture behind all the math. And some of the most important ideas in physics are accessible to anyone who can doodle. Thanks.
How many planets are there in the solar system? Well, some of you may remember about 20 years ago when this number came down from 9 to 8. That was because we found out Pluto wasn't actually a planet. It was too small to be considered one. So since then, we say that our solar system has 8 planets, then a whole bunch of asteroids all orbiting our sun. But beyond Neptune, the 8th planet, beyond all these asteroids, there's still a vast region that's unknown. And some scientists believe there might be a 9th planet still orbiting our sun, but far, far away. This is called the Planet X hypothesis. Now, this planet would be larger than Earth, but so far away that our chances of finding it at random just by pointing a telescope in the sky are almost 0. Even with our best telescopes, like the James Webb Space Telescope, it would be like looking for a needle on a haystack, almost impossible. Now, is there any chance to actually find this planet? I'm going to show you that we don't need to actually see a planet to know that it's there. And I'm going to start by making you think a little bit about dogs and cats. So imagine you live in a house in the middle of a field, and you have a dog. Let's call him Cooper. And then every night at 7 p.m., you send Cooper to run through the field, and he runs on a large circle around your house. And you send, Cooper, run! And he starts running the circle, and he's back, and you look at your clock, and it's exactly 2 minutes. Then the next day, he does the exact same thing. You send, run! And he runs, and you look at your clock, and it's 2 minutes. Always the same time, except for one situation. See, Cooper's not the only animal you have. You also have a cat. And if the cat is out there in the field while Cooper is running, Cooper's also going to chase the cat. Cooper chasing the cat is faster than your average Cooper. So he'll be back, and you'll look at your clock, and it's 1 minute, 30 seconds, and you'll know the cat is out there. Planets are not dogs or cats, but they also chase each other, and that's because they have gravity. The same way Earth attracts everything towards it, every other planet is attracting things in their direction. So you see how this can get complicated. You imagine every planet orbiting the sun, but at the same time, they get distracted, like Cooper and the cat, by the other planets. And this causes small displacements in their orbits, so the orbits are not perfect. So if Planet X is actually there, it will be pulling all the other planets. And looking at the other planets and asteroids, we can see if their orbits are the exact way we predicted them to be, or if they're a little bit to the side, which would be evidence to Planet X. Indeed, this was exactly how Neptune was discovered. See, 200 years ago, an astronomer was looking at the sky, and he was looking at Uranus. He expected Uranus to be somewhere in the sky at a specific time, and Uranus was late. He was like, why is this planet late, except if something is pulling it back? So he did his math, and he predicted the exact position where this whatever was pulling it back would be in the sky. And he sent this out, and astronomers in Berlin pointed their telescopes, and there it was, Neptune, with nowhere left to hide. Now, if Neptune was already discovered this way, why haven't we found planet X? The issue is Neptune and Uranus are relatively close, so the gravitational interaction is strong. And you can see it only by looking at Uranus' orbit. Now, if planet X exists, it's really, really far away from everything. It's 10 times further away from us than Pluto. So the gravitational force is weak. How can you see this in the orbits of anything? It's like really small, the displacements. Imagine an airplane that just crossed the Pacific, and you're trying to see if it displaced 1 inch to one side, or 1 inch to the other side. It's impossible. So you can have an idea of the numbers. An average main belt asteroid, that's an asteroid between Mars and Jupiter, would walk 2 billion miles on its orbit around the sun. And planet X would displace it by 1 meter. 1 meter in front, 1 meter to the back, 1 meter to the sides. How can we even think on trying to find this? Well, our team here at the University of Pennsylvania is trying to bridge this gap and make the impossible possible. How can we do this? First of all, we can't look at only one orbit. In the case of Neptune, we're looking only at the orbit of Uranus, and that was enough. But our task is hard, so what do? We need to increase the workforce. So we plan on looking at 500,000 main belt asteroids. Remember, those asteroids between Mars and Jupiter. And if we're tracking 500,000 orbits and seeing the displacements in each one of them, then it's easier to find a pattern. It's way easier to see something's happening if you have 500,000 test cases than if you have only one. Second, how can we track 500,000 orbits? This is one method. It's called the occultation method. An occultation is very simple. It's when a star is there shining in the sky, and an asteroid is orbiting, and suddenly it gets in front of the star, and it blocks the light from the star. So for a split second, the star disappears in the sky, and then the asteroid continues, and the star appears again. So imagine we built 100 telescopes in a straight line, and all of them are automatically 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, pointing at stars. Stars that we know are close to these asteroids. And they're trying to see if the stars are going to disappear for a while and appear again. At the exact moment where a star disappears, the telescope registers the time. And at that exact time, we can pinpoint the asteroid, because we know it was exactly on a straight line between that telescope and the star. Now, if we did this, we predict that we would get at least 5 occultations events for each of these 500,000 objects, which would be enough to get a really good idea of the timing of these orbits, and also if these orbits are displaced or not. So, Planet X, you're running out of places to hide. We'll soon find you. Now, what does this mean in terms of the whole project of humanity trying to map the whole solar system? You see, we know our immediate neighborhood really well. We've been tracking it since ancient times with our eyes, then with the invention of the telescope, with telescopes, and nowadays even sending probes to space. But this is our immediate neighborhood. As for the outskirts, the vast regions in the depths of the solar system, we need to do better. If we're going to settle the debate about how many planets exist in our solar system and whether Planet X actually exists, we need to use Planet X's own weapon against it. And this weapon is the force of gravity. Thank you all for your attention.
We all know stress. As a chemistry PhD student, this could be a lot of different things for me. Say, my experiments aren't really working one day, my PI is coming into the lab to check on us. Fortunately, as a human being, I have a lot of ways to deal with this kind of stress. I can talk to my friends, I can go for a run, I can have a nice warm beverage, I can even just go to sleep. Microbes also know stress. For them, it's things like harsh environments, other microbes even, and limited resources that they need to survive. But what do they do in response to stress? Well, the answer is chemistry. Today I want to tell a story about microbes, the world's best and smallest chemists. Because microbes do chemistry and build molecules in order to survive stress, humans have often found that these molecules have fantastic activity. One of them that we're probably the most familiar with is penicillin, which I show here on the left. It comes from a mold that we often see growing on oranges. Vancomycin is another really good example, famous in healthcare for treating MRSA. And one that's a little less known is here on the right, mitomycin C, a chemotherapy drug. We were really interested in mitomycin C for this small feature that I've highlighted here in green. So let's zoom in on that. In green, we see something that we call an aziridine. An aziridine is just a small reactive ring of atoms. And so we can see those 3 atoms are joined by chemical bonds. And chemists like to abbreviate, and so they draw it like this. Here is just a handful of examples of microbially made molecules that contain that aziridine. And as we can see, they have some awesome activity. We see a lot of antibiotics, immunosuppressants, other cancer inhibitors. How the heck are aziridines doing this? Well, aziridines are potent DNA alkylators. What does this mean? Well, we can take a look at a strand of DNA, which I show here on the left. We can toss in an aziridine, and something begins to happen. The DNA starts to stop interacting with each other and start to go after the aziridine. In this way, you'll form a chemical bond with the aziridine, and it'll disrupt the DNA and halt cell growth in tumors. It's an awesome, awesome mechanism. And so when I started my PhD, no one really knew how microbes were doing it. How were they making cancer drugs? We wanted to find that out. And secondly, we wanted to know if we could use microbes to make our own therapeutics. Could we add those aziridines into whatever we wanted? And so for the first part of this talk, I'm just going to address this first question. How do microbes make aziridines? Well, in order to talk about this, we're going to talk about incentives. So here are 3 children. How do we get the children to hold hands? Now, notice this one on the right, he has a cookie. Kids love cookies. He's not going to want to drop his cookie to hold hands. Now, what if we did some magic and we turned the cookie into a bowling ball? Now, when this guy on the left reaches over to hold hands, the guy on the right holding his bowling ball is incentivized to drop it. It's pretty heavy. He doesn't want to keep holding that. So a ring will form, the bowling ball will be tossed, and you'll get your little ring. We can incentivize molecules to do the same thing. So let's get that magic going again and attach a bowling ball to our molecule. Well, in reality, we don't have bowling balls in chemistry. Instead, we're going to call it a sulfate, which is this molecule here at the bottom. But essentially, the same thing can happen. We can have our atoms reach over to hold hands, our sulfate or our bowling ball will fall off, and we'll get our aziridine ring. Now, and microbes don't do magic. They're not out there with wands. They can't perform magical things. Instead, they use something called enzymes. Enzymes are proteins that can perform chemical reactions. Now, what we want to do is find an enzyme, right, that can attach a bowling ball onto things. That sounds easier than it really is. And so this is real data that I've looked at. It looks admittedly a little overwhelming, lots of arrows and colors and things. What does it mean? Well, we can think about an IKEA chair, and we can think about a molecule. Both have instruction manuals, but for a molecule made by a microbe, the instruction manual looks like this, where each arrow represents an enzyme that exists that is inside of a microbe. Now, we can use computer programs in our own intuition to start to read through these instructions. And so what we did is pull out 3 different enzymes from 3 different aziridine-making microbes. And fortunately, in the 21st century, we have the ability to just type these sequences in online. We can order them, and they come in about 2 weeks in the mail. We can bring them into the lab, grow them, and test them. Now, how do we monitor the enzymes once we have them? We use a tool called mass spectrometry. Now, mass spectrometry I always found was a little bit easier than the other chemistry things in order to understand. So here on the right, we have a molecule. When we add up the weight of every single atom in this molecule, we get an exact weight of 141.0096. Now, if we were to put a solution containing this molecule into our mass spec, It will travel through all the different compartments in the mass spec, and the mass spec will spit out a graph that shows a nice, beautiful peak that says 141.0096. There is our molecule. We know it exists. Now, we can do that for our enzyme reactions. The first time I ran this in the lab, I used a little bit of a bigger molecule here on the left. I call it prolanol. And we can monitor for the product, which in this case, we're looking for a 180.0336, which is our molecule with its bowling ball attached. Like any good scientist, we want to do some controls. And so we can take out our enzyme, see if we see anything happening, and we don't. No peak. That makes sense. We can do a similar control where we don't have any starting material. We just have our enzyme, and again, no peak shows up. But when we put the whole thing together, we see this beautiful peak show up, showing that 180.0336, and that's it. That enzyme is putting on our bowling ball. And it turns out that all three of our enzymes produce those critical aziridine intermediates. Now, let's return to the second question. Can we use microbes to make our own therapeutics? The answer is we're working on it. Currently, we can use engineered host microbes to do our reactions. We can stick enzymes inside of things like E. coli, freeze dry them, and toss them into reactions. They work beautifully. We've also found that a lot of this has general applicability, so we can test our reaction on a lot of different substrates, and we can start to attach that aziridine intermediate to all of them. And so what I'm doing now is working to install aziridines on a wide variety of molecules in order to make new therapeutics. And so I'd like to finish where I started today. Microbes are the world's best and smallest chemists. They have the tools to make beautiful and life-changing molecules, and it's up to us to find them and harness them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Wojcik, and today I'm excited to talk to you about pain in the brain. So, how many of you have ever stepped on a Lego? It's a nearly universal experience that is deeply unpleasant, and it is a great example for describing that pain is a multidimensional experience made up of sensory, cognitive, and emotional components. The sensation of pain is describing where, what type, and the intensity of pain. So my right foot stepped on a Lego, and I have a sharp sensation. And this can lead to behaviors like reflexes, moving your foot away quickly. The cognitive component can be described as the thoughts about the pain. So as a parent, I won't escape the pain of stepping on Legos for 18 years. And the emotional component is what makes pain bad. So this hurts and I am suffering. And while pain is something that we typically think of as wanting to avoid it, pain is actually protective for both animals and people. Pain teaches us to learn to avoid a hot stove when we're young, and hopefully learn to avoid risky decisions. Unfortunately, my kitten, after breaking his paw, did not learn this lesson. And pain can sometimes persist long beyond the point that it is helpful. And this is when we would call it chronic pain. Chronic pain is defined as an unpleasant sensory and emotional experience that persists or recurs longer than 3 months. This is an umbrella term for many different conditions that are very prevalent among the population. In fact, it's so prevalent that 1 in 5 people suffer from chronic pain. This amounts to about 51 million adults in the US alone. The primary complaint of people with chronic pain is the emotional component. This hurts and I am suffering. Therefore, it is essential that we look in the brain and figure out where this emotional component of pain is to help people with chronic pain. The amygdala is a region of the brain that has been shown to be important for this emotional component of pain. And one way that we know this is through a case study of this individual named patient HM who had damage of his amygdala where he lost it. And when hot probes were applied to his arm of increasing temperature, He did not describe any of the probes as painful, no matter how hot they got. Despite this, he did show a reflex to move his arm away from the hot probes, suggesting that losing the amygdala was causing a decrease in the emotional component of pain, but not the sensory component. The amygdala, through brain imaging studies, has shown to be active in pain, and specifically more active in chronic pain patients. This begs the question of whether we can reduce the emotional suffering of pain by shutting off the amygdala. How would we shut off the amygdala? Well, we have this revolutionary new technology that comes from green algae. It's called optogenetics. Opto for light, genetics for changing the DNA of a cell. And the cool thing about these algae is that they naturally have a protein that is light sensitive. So that when light shines on this protein, it changes the chemical properties of cells. So we can take this protein and express it in the cells of the brain and use light as a protein light switch to turn cells on or off. So, in a mouse, in the brain, we can specifically look at the amygdala, and in the cells of the amygdala, we can express this light-sensitive protein, so that when we shine light on this protein, we can turn off amygdala cells. So the first thing I wanted to test was whether and here is a beautiful picture of the mouse amygdala with the real protein here. So the first thing I wanted to test was, does turning off the amygdala change the sensory component of pain that I mentioned is so important to survival? My hypothesis was that when the amygdala is on, the mice will show emotional and sensory pain behavior. But when the amygdala is turned off by shining light on these cells of the amygdala, we will selectively reduce the emotional component of pain without affecting the sensory component. To test the sensory component of pain, we use this reflex test where we apply increasing pressure to the mouse's foot and test how much pressure is needed for the mouse to do a reflex away from the thing that's touching their foot. In this test, decreased pain would be indicated as an increased value on the y-axis. So here are mice in blue, are mice with the optogenetic protein. When we shine light to turn off the cells of the amygdala, we see no change in the sensory pain behavior. And the same is true with control mice when they have the light shined, but they do not have this optogenetic protein. When we look at emotional pain behavior, and we look at the baseline value, mice spend about 7 or 8 seconds paying attention to their paw after a hot water droplet has been touched to their paw. In this test, decreased pain would show as a decreased value on this y-axis. When we shine light on the cells of the amygdala to turn them off, we see that mice show decreased emotional pain behavior. And we do not see this decrease in the control mice that do not have the optogenetic virus. This suggests that turning off the amygdala using optogenetics can selectively decrease the emotional component of pain while leaving this protective sensory component intact. So to bring it back to the Lego example, in this GIF, you can see the sensory component where he is showing a reflex, moving his foot away from the Lego, and you can see some of the emotional pain behavior as well, where he's rubbing his foot and grimacing. When we turn off the amygdala using optogenetics, we can selectively decrease the emotional component of pain and leave the sensory component intact. Therefore, it is essential that new pain treatments are developed that target the amygdala to reduce the emotional component of pain. This can be accomplished by developing drugs that target the amygdala, therapies that edit the DNA in amygdala cells, or one day, maybe even using optogenetics in chronic pain patients to reduce their emotional suffering and help out the 51 million US adults. Thank you.
I feel smarter already. Please join me in a round of applause for all these wonderful speakers. So that concludes our natural science session. I want to remind you one more time that out front there's a QR code, graduate students, for a free dinner Monday night with Professor Dan Hopkins in political science to talk about issues of free speech. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll convene our panel on social sciences. Hi, everyone. For those of you who are just coming in for this session, my name is Beth Winger. I'm the Associate Dean for Graduate Studies here in the School of Arts and Sciences, where I'm also Maritza and Josephine Berg Professor of History. And I'm very pleased to welcome you to this session on the social sciences at our 8th annual Penn Grad Talks. Our wonderful grad students in social science are examining what it means to be a social being, ranging from human behavior and brain functions to large-scale social movements, to demographics, to economics, politics, and more. Penn social scientists are studying issues that impact our lives on a regular basis, and in doing so, they help to create better institutions and systems that affect people's lives every day. Today, you're going to hear from 5 amazing students, and I'll introduce them all to you now, and they'll just come up and speak in this order. First, Ian Anderson from International Studies in the Lauder Institute will speak about rural rupees, easy for me to say, to cashless clicks. Rural rupees to cashless clicks. Microfinance's high-tech tale. He'll be followed by Chelsea Cohen of Anthropology, who will speak about losing the forest for the seas, how maritime construction changed the landscape of colonial North America. And then Joyce Kim of Sociology will present on a moral dilemma of selling out, race, class, and career considerations among elite college students. She'll be followed by Artem Kuriksha from Economics, who will deliver a talk titled Illegal Drug Use and Government Policy, Evidence from a Darknet Marketplace. And our last speaker in this afternoon in social science will be Maya Moritz from Criminology, who will discuss A Picture Worth 1,000 Words, the effect of murals on crime. And because this is a competition, as well as just sheer enjoyment, we are having 3 judges with us today who will be selecting one of these speakers as the winner. They are sitting in the back, Philip Ray, Professor of Biology, Chinmay Lohani, a graduate student in economics, and Jane Carroll, Associate Director of Donor Relations for the school. Their selections will be made on the basis of content and presentation and on how well each presenter does at making their work accessible and engaging to people who are not specialists in their fields. You'll also be able to cast your own vote for the Audience Choice Award by scanning the QR code that you see on the screen behind me. Please note that you can only vote once per category, and the speaker with the most votes in all of the categories we've had today, all 4 categories, will win the $500 prize. The winners in each category are going to be announced at the conclusion of the competition, which is about 4:15 today, in the Mosaic Hall. And finally, if you're posting on social media about today's lectures, don't forget to use our hashtags, Penn Grad Talks, Penn SAS, and SaskGov. And now please join me in welcoming our social science speakers and enjoy the talks.
November 8th. November 8th, 2016. November 8, 2016 will be one of those dates that will stick with us for a long, long time. It is a day that is seared into the United States national consciousness. And it is widely known as the day that Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential election, a possibility that many pundits previously believed was impossible. But something else happened that day. Something that in many ways was much more impactful. It was the day that the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, suddenly demonetized all Indian notes above 500 rupees to curtail black money and push for greater digitalization of the Indian economy. I remember the chaos of that day because I was there. I was living in Lucknow, India at the time, and remember the weeks vividly. The pandemonium the night of Modi's surprise proclamation, the long lines at the bank, and the inability for families to meet basic needs under this new program. Although the Indian economy has long since stabilized from this sudden event, it can be viewed as just one step in a paradigm-shifting transformation that we are still witnessing today. The rise of digitalization in the Indian economy, a shift whose effects can be seen in many areas, but most notably in India's microfinance industry. Microfinance plays a critical role in the Indian economy. It enables rural residents to sustain small businesses and, however slowly, advance their family's economic status. Microfinance institutions are typically private, for-profit, or nonprofit organizations that give collateral-free small-size loans, often less than $1,000, to people who otherwise have limited or no access to banking or other financial services. Concurrently, microfinance's rise in importance, India as a society has begun moving towards digitalizations of financial services and is rapidly expanding its digital infrastructure. Although the digitalization of financial services does not come without its challenges, it has opened the possibility for microfinance institutions to promote greater financial inclusion amongst Indian populations which previously had few other avenues for advancement. Although most people think of South Asia when microfinance is mentioned, as the Bangladesh Grameen Bank model is one of the most well-known institutions operating in the space, the history of microfinance in India was never certain. For example, microfinance was effectively outlawed in the Indian state of Andhra Pradesh in 2010 after a spate of farmers' suicides were blamed on microfinance institutions' usurious and cohesive debt collection activities, and which effectively ended microfinance activities in Andhra Pradesh until 2023. Despite these controversies, the government of India played an important role in the rise of microfinance. As early as 2008, the Indian government had begun to publish reports theorizing on the ways in which disbursement could be improved through digitalization and how microfinance institutions could lead the way in providing financial services to the underserved. Another shift occurred in 2016 when the Reserve Bank of India allowed for non-banking finance corporations to serve as banking correspondents. Now, non-banking finance companies can serve as banking intermediaries, expand operations, enter new markets, and invest in new technologies. Changes in government regulation were augmented by innovative technological solutions in the IT space. Microfinance institutions can now tailor their products to the needs of rural consumers. This includes digitalization process paperwork, introducing digital wallets, and linking these services to the customer's Aadhaar number. India's recently implemented unique national identification number, which can serve as both proof of identity and address. Today, the government's Digital India program, propelled by India Stack and the Jan Dhan Aadhaar Mobile, JAM, Trinity, has been embarking on a mission for universal financial inclusion in India. Digital tools like Aadhaar, digital identification, authentication, e-signatures, cashless disbursement, and repayment of loans, and digital documents verification have allowed microfinance institutions to rapidly expand their customer base. Microfinance institutions, augmented with powerful new digital capabilities, are leading a proliferation of micro, small, medium enterprises across rural India. Looking to the future, the story might get even more interesting. Another area where digitalization could revolutionize the Indian economy is through advanced data collection capabilities. Indian microfinance institutions are working with fintech companies to further address key issues such as operating costs and customer outreach. Taking advantage of the digitalization of data, MFIs are performing risk assessment on customers, analyzing behavior and social attributes of these customers, mapping turnaround time of loan disbursement, and building new data models which illuminate the financial realities of India's rural population like never before. The last decade has transformed India's microfinance industry, particularly as microfinance institutions adopt digital tools to enhance their services. The Indian government has played a pivotal role in paving the way for these institutions to embrace digital banking. However, the advent of digitalization has come with its own challenges, as low-income borrowers still struggling with basic infrastructure, connectivity, and digital literacy, hampering their ability to trust digital services, have not adopted it at the level that they possibly could have. Nevertheless, we are seeing a digital financial revolution play out before our very eyes. A story that is often overlooked as this financial revolution is happening outside the traditional centers of global business and finance. I cannot say what the future will hold, but one thing is for certain. The digitalization of the Indian microfinance industry is poised to forever change the fabric of India's rural financial system and will be a key pillar of the story of the transformation of India today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. So when we think about ships, we think about them sailing, right? Like, that's what ships are supposed to do. So when we think about them historically, the image that comes to mind tends to be one of these big wooden vessels with courses of sails plying their way across the high seas. But what if we reframe these ships as plants, like a forest or maybe a garden? Because when we're discussing these big wooden ships, we're talking about technology and warfare and the economy of trade, but we're also talking about the wood of the hull, the cotton of the sails, and the hemp of the lines, all of which come from terrestrial landscapes. And when these factors, wood, cotton, hemp, combine under the auspices of European colonialism, we can talk about shipmaking and shipbreaking as industries that have tractable impacts on the colonial landscape in ways that are still meaningful today. This is particularly true when discussing the wood. My case study comes from the port of Alexandria, Virginia, just across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C. There, in the 18th century, 3 ships were cut down to just their bottoms and intentionally submerged. Those submerged ships were built upon as foundations for the late 18th century wharves. And while this is in Alexandria, this is a practice that happened all over North America at this point in time, in ports like New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Charleston. It was actually so common and so vernacular a practice that it merited very little documentation in its time, which means that we have very few textual ideas of how or why people in the past engaged in this type of labor. And make no mistake, it was every bit as laborious as milling new timber. You can't cut a ship in half with a handsaw, after all. It takes a considerable amount of effort. To answer this why question, we need to go back to the 17th century and take a look at the colonial landscape the way it existed when Europeans first began the processes of colonization. The low-lying areas next to the Potomac, like the hills around them, would have been covered in trees like chestnut, hickory, elm, and particularly oak and pine. Pre-contact indigenous forest management involved, in part, the clearing out of underbrush to encourage the growth of tall, strong trees, the likes of which Europeans love to write home about, including this Jesuit missionary saying, "All is high wood except for where the Indians have cleared for corn," when discussing Maryland. Now, these woods presented both a challenge and an opportunity for Euro-American colonists. The challenge? Cash crop agriculture for goods like tobacco required wide swaths of open, cultivable land, of which very little was naturally occurring in 17th century North America. The opportunity? Europeans, and England in particular, had cleared out much of its arboreal resources by the 17th century because timber was their primary building material as well as a primary fuel source before the advent of coal-powered steam. Clearing away all these tall, strong trees meant that timber could be traded between England and its colonies, and in the process, land could be opened up for agriculture. By the 18th century, timber trade expanded coastwise between colonies, including those in Canada and the Caribbean, and the North American timber trade became truly international. Oak and pine were critical in this trade. Because North American white oak and Eastern white pine were mechanically similar to the European English oak and Scots pine, they could be used the same ways without Europeans having to adjust their base of knowledge. You could burn, cut, and shape the new timbers the same way that you could their European counterparts. These also happen to be critical for shipbuilding, with oak being valued for its durability and water tightness in making ship frames, while pine is valued for its long, straight trunks in making planks for ships. And it cannot be overstated how important watercraft, whether they were large naval vessels or small canoes, were prior to the advent of the railroad. There's no way of knowing securely exactly how many watercraft existed in the 18th century British Atlantic, but between 1772 and 1782, over 130,000 pounds sterling of just oak were imported into just the royal dockyards of England from Virginia and Maryland. This quantity of timber represents the greatest quantity outside of New England of timber imported into the royal dockyards from any British colonial territory at this point in time. So when it came time for the citizens of Alexandria to establish their city in 1749, the landscape had been fundamentally altered. Gone were the oak and pine forests of the past, replaced with hundreds upon hundreds of acres of agricultural fields and an urban port to connect them to the wider economy. A 1999 tree survey by a couple of environmental scientists named Abrahams and Copenhaver actually suggests that by the time of the American Revolution, all of Virginia's old-growth timber was depleted, and that which was there was being regrown as part of the settler colonial economy. And when we look at historical pollen, which preserves in layers in the soil of the region, we see the same thing. All instances of trees decline after European settlement. Now, this example is taken from Delaware, but it occurs again and again, with oak declining first, starting in the 18th century, and pine, which is quicker growing, dipping a little bit, but actually spiking as oak clears before it too is fully depleted. Now, regional pollen signatures like this track wind-pollinated plants, so crops, which are usually self-pollinated or insect-pollinated, don't show up as strongly, but wind-pollinated weeds in crop fields, like weedy grasses and ragweed, spike as trees go down, suggesting that there is a direct relationship between the clearing out of forest resources and the development of agriculture. So when it came time for the citizens of Alexandria to expand their wharves in the 1780s, they didn't have any sources of watertight oak nearby. Some had to be floated down from further upstream, some was imported from timber-rich New England, and some was reused, taken from vessels in the local shipyard that were no longer fit to sail, but that had plenty of durable oak left in them. And while I find this fascinating in its own right, it has contemporary implications. Today, the waterfront in Alexandria looks like this. Where once deep roots of old-growth trees held fast the riverbanks, today, much of the area along the waterfront is reclaimed and in danger of erosion. Coastal erosion rates in the Chesapeake range from less than 6 inches to over 30 feet per year. And riverine communities like Alexandria are at increased risk of flooding due to this erosion. Looking at how these water lines have changed over time lets us think about roadmaps for things like shore stabilization and flood mitigation in the future. The roots of these problems are further in the past than I think we sometimes consider, but I would contend that the roots of the solutions are there as well. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Joyce and I'm very excited to be with you all today. So what will you do after you graduate? I'm sure that's a question that many of us, if not all of us, in this room have thought about at some point in our lives. And we're not alone. Every year annually for the past 5 years, post-secondary educational institutions have conferred 3 million undergraduate degrees annually. So this represents millions of career aspirants. And of course, this question of what you will do after you graduate has particular implications for first-generation low-income college students, or students who are the first in their families to attend a 4-year institution and also graduate. And I think in the past 5 to 10 years, there's definitely been a focus on what I'll say FIGLY students from here on out, FIGLY students, because there's big implications for social mobility. Yet, while there's been really important research that's been done on the challenges that FIGLY students may encounter once they get into the college gates, there hasn't been as much research done on what happens after they graduate, which is arguably really important. However, there have been news headlines that have shown, hey, there is an uneven climb from college to career. There are achievement gaps that's more than who goes into college, but also what happens after they graduate. And of course, this question of what you do after you graduate may have particular salience at elite institutions. So places like Penn, where many students go into careers such as finance, consulting, and tech. And these kinds of careers are also very lucrative. So it's not uncommon for students to have 6-figure salaries once they graduate. So this led me to ask this research question. How do race and class shape the career choices of elite college students? And previous research has really focused on individualized work values. So this could be things such as work-life balance or passion, something I'm really interested in doing for my work. Of course, very important things. Also, they have focused on economic outcomes, which again is very important when we think about socioeconomic mobility. But that said, in my work, I found that there was a moral dimension in how students think about their careers. So when I say moral, I definitely don't mean that they're categorically good or bad jobs. What I do mean is that students make sense and make meaning of what kinds of careers they want to go into and why, and that's the heart of what I wanted to get at. And I noticed this because students kept saying the word selling out over and over in my interviews. So I talked to 62 students, about half of them considered FIGLY, half middle class who are Asian, Black, and white. And I found that this moral dimension came up in these two particular patterns, objections and obligations. So what are objections and obligations? Well, objections I found were when students expressed varying levels of disapproval of characteristics of certain high prestige careers based on their personal values. And I saw this occur across race and class among my respondents. So I really want to highlight the voices of the students that I talked to. So one of the students I talked to is Zach. So Zach is a Black FIGLY junior, and he was really interested ultimately in a career in public service, but had decided to work for the past 2 summers at a high prestige, high paying consulting firm that you all may be familiar with called McKinsey. That said, he kept talking about this idea of selling out and how you may contend with it, but he pushed back and he said, for FIGLY students, it's one of the greatest social class transitions to ever happen. I literally went from my parents making $25,000 a year to getting paid more than half that in 1 summer. Nowhere else can that happen. It's just unrealistic to expect poor kids to come here, stay poor, and do purpose-driven work. They have to be able to survive, and you do that by making money. But that said, Zach still had objections, and he contended with those objections by choosing to do different things within McKinsey. So he told me, in my first call, my hiring and staffing manager asked, what don't you want to do? What are your moral reservations? Like they would specifically use the words moral reservations. And I told them, I don't want to do pharmaceutical work, and I don't want to do oil and gas. So you can clearly see here the dilemma of selling out that came up for Zach, but this is the way that he balanced this dilemma. Another pattern that I found were obligations. So this is when students directly referenced racial or family responsibilities as key aspects in the career decision-making process. And I primarily saw this among respondents who identified as FIGLY students of color. So another story I want to share is that of Amanda. So Amanda is an Asian FIGLY junior by the during the time of our conversation. And she had interned at Amazon this past summer, and she was set to return the following year. But I noticed in her conversation, she kept sighing over and over again and really didn't seem excited to go work at Amazon. She told me about a story that they told in Amazon, this story of frugality, where Jeff Bezos used an old door as a table, and that story was used to encourage frugality among its workers. So she told me, employees work really long hours, and frugality is used as an excuse to not pay frontline workers well. But with that said, she still had this really strong family obligation. She told me, I'm like a safety net for them. I'm fully going into tech because I need to be stable and provide my family that financial support. My mom, I know she's not trying to pressure me, but after graduation, I'll go home and I'll live with my family and pay the rent and help my family financially there. So for Amanda, although she did have objections, she had these really strong obligations that she had to contend with. And I think that's really important to think about when we assess how do students think about what kinds of careers they want to get into and why. So over the past few years, especially last year, we see Gallup ran a poll and we see that public trust in higher education has plummeted yet again, which has big implications for all of us sitting in this room. And I think a lot of this also has to do with the student loan debt crisis, right? I think student loan is intimately tied with this idea of socioeconomic mobility and economic outcomes. That said, I think by focusing on the moral aspect or the moral dimension of the college to career decision-making process, I want to broaden us out and raise the provocation. Of course, it's important to focus on economic outcomes, but I think it's also important to think about the moral aspects of who students will be. So at the beginning of this talk, I started with a question, but I want to end with another one. I think people in this room, when we're advising students or we're talking with students, I think an important question that we should ask is not only what will you do after you graduate, but also who will you be after you graduate? Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Artem. I'm an economist, and today I will tell you about illegal drugs and government policy, which we study using a darknet marketplace in a co-authored project with Priyanka, Anastasia, and Peter. And let me start with saying that in the United States, in the recent years, the death toll from drug overdoses exceeded 100,000 lives per year. And this is a shocking number, and illegal drugs actually are an issue in almost any country. Governments, of course, try to solve this problem, but to understand the effects of different things that governments can try, we should understand how consumers respond to these policies. For example, governments can do drug seizures, but consumers can respond to a seizure like this one by substituting to other drugs, and this will make the seizure less effective. Governments also can legalize some drugs, for example, cannabis, and you can see on the right that in the US, some people hoped that legalization can alleviate the opioid crisis because consumers would substitute cannabis for other, more dangerous drugs. Finally, governments also can try to prevent introduction of new synthetic drugs on the market. And if governments do this, implicitly, they prevent consumers from substituting towards these new products. So substitution is important. And in this paper, we ask two research questions. First, we ask, how do drug users demand illegal drugs? In particular, we want to understand how they substitute different drugs. Once we can answer this question, we can answer the second question, which is, what are the welfare effects of different drug policies? Usually, studying drugs is extremely difficult because the market for drugs is not legal and essentially is unobservable. And we solve this problem exploiting a unique context of this darknet marketplace that was called Hydra. So Hydra was by far the largest darknet market in the world. It operated in Russia. And the American government says, in 2021, if you take all darknet markets worldwide, 80% of all cryptocurrency transactions there actually came from Hydra. So we scraped Hydra to look into drug prices, drug quantities, and behavior of individual drug consumers. And we can do this in particular because of the unique distribution system that Hydra had. So consumers would essentially pay for information that would allow them to go to the city and pick up the drug that was hidden there before. So they would receive GPS coordinates and a photo to locate the package with the drug. So sellers, after hiding drugs, would post on the website information about these pre-hidden drug stashes. And when we scrape the platform, we see the approximate location, the amount, and the price of drugs that were hidden. So in fact, this allows us to observe the market for drugs so well that we even can say that cocaine, which is the most expensive drug in any country, in Moscow was mostly sold in the center of the city, while synthetic drugs, which are much cheaper, were mostly sold in the outskirts of the town. Finally, we also observe reviews. And we can use reviews to study how individual consumers switch between different drugs. So we can identify several consumption patterns. This matrix tells you how someone who reviewed a particular drug buys drugs in other time periods. And first of all, we can see this diagonal here. And this diagonal tells us that consumers typically buy the same drug. And of course, this also means that people are different and have different tastes, because different people buy different drugs. We also can identify several clusters of drugs, in particular, this cluster of amphetamine, MDMA, and methadone. And we observe active substitution within these classes. So this motivates us to develop a model of drug consumption. So we develop a mathematical model of demand for illegal drugs. In this model, consumers will choose whether to consume drugs and what drugs to consume. All consumers are going to be different in this model in the sense that they will have different tastes. And they will make their choices responding to prices and characteristics of drugs they see on the platform. So we estimate this model of demand for illegal drugs using the data we scraped from Hydra. And then we can use this model to study the effects of different drug policies. In particular, we study cannabis legalization. This is our most important application, and legalization makes cannabis more accessible. We find that legalization can actually lead to a large increase in cannabis use, but at the same time, there is going to be substitution away from other drugs, which are more dangerous. And we can use our model to quantify this trade-off, and we find that if the society wants to reduce consumption of other drugs by 1 dose through legalization, the society would have to accept 4.5 additional cannabis doses consumed. And so this is the trade-off the governments should think about. We also study policies like targeted drug enforcement. So these are policies which target specific drugs, like drug seizures or crop eradication. An intuitive result is that targeting a particular drug is more effective if this drug has no close substitutes, because then consumers cannot just switch to some other drug. We can use our model to provide a list of perfect targets for targeted enforcement. So we find that drugs like alpha-PVP, cocaine, and opioids all have few substitutes. At the same time, these drugs are also the most dangerous in terms of their health effects. So they seem to be perfect targets from this perspective as well. However, drugs like MDMA and amphetamine, we find them to have close substitutes, and these drugs are also less dangerous in terms of health effects, so they seem to be bad targets for this kind of policies. So with this, let me conclude. We can observe the market for drugs at an unprecedented level because we scraped data from the largest darknet marketplace that ever existed. We use this data to first motivate and then develop a mathematical model of demand for illegal drugs. And then we use this model to study effects of different policies that governments can do. In particular, we studied cannabis legalization, and we find that it can achieve a reduction in use of more dangerous drugs, but the cost will be a large increase in use of cannabis. We also study targeted enforcement, and we can use the model to guide these policies and find drugs that seem to be perfect targets for this kind of policy. Thank you.
Okay, last one. So my name's Maya Moritz. Good afternoon. And today I'll be speaking to you about a picture worth 1,000 words, the effect of murals on crime. Let me ask you, how can we reduce crime? If I asked you this, your answers would probably include the police, the courts, and the prison system. These are all super valid answers with a lot of work behind them, but they're not the only tools in our toolkit. So what about other programs? What about initiatives that are set up to, say, make a road safer to drive on or to make a neighborhood more beautiful that just happen to have these anti-criminogenic or crime reduction effects? In our department alone, we've looked at greening vacant lots, we've looked at abandoned housing and fixing that up, looked at picking up litter, and improving street lighting, as you can see behind me. And these have all had measurable effects on crime, which is a really wonderful finding. Here you could see a green vacant lot in Philadelphia, and on the right is not only a much more appealing and inviting space, but if you'll look here, you'll see a mural, and that's where I come in. Why murals? Philadelphia is the mural capital of the world. It's well known for its art scene, and it features over 1,000 official murals mapped here as paintbrushes, and many more unofficial murals like this inset. What that means is this project is hyper-local, and it's also low stakes. Because if murals don't reduce crime, that's fine, they're beautiful, we should still paint them. But if murals do reduce crime, we've found something that is this combination of relatively inexpensive, broadly popular, and effective. And that's not something you see every day. Here's just a broad overview of what murals in Philadelphia look like. So on the top left, we have what I'd call a cause mural. This one puts a face on formerly incarcerated individuals. And in the middle, we see just a gorgeous mural that doesn't necessarily have any meaning, but brightens up an otherwise quite disordered neighborhood. On the right, we have a tribute to a local hero that you can look up to both physically and figuratively. And on the bottom, we have a bit of nature in the urban cityscape. So these are the four main categories of murals that we'll see in Philadelphia. How am I going to do this? How do I find out if murals reduce crime? What I'm going to employ is called difference in differences. This exploits the staggered rollout between 2006 to today. What that means is that different communities got murals at different times. The way this works is I compare crime in a neighborhood before the mural comes in and after the mural comes in, with a control group of neighborhoods that will receive a mural, but just not at that time, the not yet treated. I'm not limited to crime here. I can look at population dynamics or the well-being of a community through all sorts of measures, but to do this, I just need the date when a mural came in. And that's actually turned into quite a gargantuan process. I've had to call and speak to artists, I've had to explore the city, and due to that, I only have about 20% of all the murals in Philadelphia, the official ones so far. But already I have some quite exciting results. So this is what we call an event study. It looks at the time before and after a mural comes in. In the red part before, the fact that all these dots are around the zero line, it means that crime is quite similar in treatment, got a mural, and control, no mural neighborhoods. And after, in the blue, we see that these dots, these estimates of the difference, they fall below zero. And that means that crime is lower in neighborhoods that got the mural. Now, we want to look in the middle because we see this effect goes for quite a long time, but at the ends of this graph, we have far fewer murals than in the middle. If we just judge by that, then we have even 7 years of an effect, which is huge. But we should keep in mind that this is incredibly what we call noisy. These bars that go through each estimate, they all pass through zero. So we're not sure that the effect is significantly different from zero. And we're going to deal with that noisiness by collecting more data, call more artists, look at more street corners, and that's what's in progress now. But what you should take from this is that already we're kind of seeing results in the direction we thought. The broader goal of this project is to effectively allocate resources using data. So murals are this huge collaboration between artists and communities, and we need to respect that. But what we could do is guide that conversation by figuring out quantitatively which mural characteristics matter. Is it something like location? Do certain neighborhoods benefit more than others based on certain characteristics? Or is it maybe building use? Are murals that go up on a school more effective than murals that go up on a court? Maybe it's topic. Maybe something like the local heroes, like the Phillies, is more exciting and more effective than, say, abstract shapes, or something like community issues like violence murals. Now we have to talk about distribution. So we don't have the resources to just paper the city with murals. We have to think strategically about where to place murals to have the maximum effect and help the most people. Now, we don't want to just ask how much of an effect a mural has, but how murals have this effect. So we have something called mechanisms, which is the how. And there are 4 hypothesized ones in this project, not all of which are directly testable. The first would be collective efficacy. And this is where neighbors are stronger and more united because they have this visual representation of the community. And they can band together and do things like neighborhood watch. Or we might look at community identity. You have this big visual reminder every day of the community. So you might be a bit more loath to sin against this group by committing crime. Or we have busier streets. More people in the streets means more potential witnesses to a crime. And you don't want to commit crime in that area. Finally, these all might combine together for business reinvigoration. And the idea here is that businesses thrive in healthy, safe, busy communities. And this can lift people out of poverty. But we also want to look at some externalities or side effects. These could include things like gentrification. The problem with gentrification is that the population being served by the murals is not necessarily the population that needed it because they were dealing with crime or with poor outcomes in that neighborhood. And so we want to maybe put something in place to make sure that doesn't happen if we see it in the data. Finally, we want to look at spillovers. So these could be negative. This could be crime moves from a street segment with a mural to a street segment without, and we don't want to just displace crime. But it could also be positive. The mural could be here, but the effect could be for this whole census block, and that would be a really wonderful result. So overall, I employ a difference in differences methodology to study the effect of crime from murals. I have these positive, promising initial results, but they're very noisy, so I'm continuing my data collection efforts. And I want to look at which mural attributes matter for future planning. I want to look at the how and the side effects of murals as well. And therefore, when you go home, look at the murals that are on your way, the communities they're in, and how those might be changing. Thank you.
Thank you all, and please join me in a round of applause for these fabulous speakers and researchers. So that concludes our speakers and formal sessions. I'm going to remind you that we're gathering in Mosaic Hall at about 4:15. I think we're on schedule, is that right? Yes, and for a presentation of the awards and more food and things to drink, so please don't stray too far. Come back at around 4:15. Thank you, and thank you all.